Are you ready yet?
Almost. Okay, let's do this.
Cue the opening sequence. You forgot the trumpet sound.
I didn't hear the... Oh.
Okay, let's just start.
Welcome, welcome, come on in. The show's about to begin. Grab your seat and feel the nostalgia grow. Sit tight, relax, and enjoy the ride. We're so glad you're here. Let's go. It's time for Let's Play with AppleMatt.
This is Windows. Old
That's
Windows.
old. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's what this game runs in.
It's like middle school.
Windows 3.1.94.
In the late
You went to-
1800s,
yeah.
millions
34
of
or
Americans
94?
came west, seeking fortune and adventure. Among them was Wyatt Earp, a legend of a man best known for his gunfight at the OK Corral.
Cool.
Most people remember him as a lawman, but he was also a buffalo hunter, a saloon keeper, a gambler, and a prospector. Some even say he was a murderer. Wyatt's gone now, as are all the others, and our town's quite empty. But their spirits live on, the spirit of the Old West. So, come with me to explore this old town. Discover the story of Wyatt Earp and what life was really like in the Old West. Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy.
Welcome to Wyatt Earp's Old West.
Cool.
I'm George,
Yes.
Hi, George.
and I'll be showing you around. This here's the signpost.
That's a pretty signpost.
Clicking it
Yeah.
helps you to do a lot of things. For example, click town to begin roaming around.
Okay.
You can do this right now and bypass the rest of my directions.
Directions.
Click shootout to go directly to the gunfighting game.
There's a gunfighting game?
Click guns.
YouTube
to
doesn't
remove
like
the
guns or blood,
possibility of a
so.
gunfighter accosting
But
you
yeah.
on the street. Click it again later if you change your mind. Click lingo to learn more about the Western terminology. Click exit to leave the program.
No.
Click help for advice on using the program. Click save before you leave so the program will remember what you've collected.
Save soon and save
Click
often.
load so you can begin again from where you last saved.
Wow.
During your visit, a few other tools of the trade will come in handy. You'll find these at the bottom of the screen. First, there's the picture of the signpost.
Oh.
Click that to come back here. Then there's the money bag.
I thought that was a broom.
When you answer my questions right or shoot the bad guys, I'll put more money in. And you can use these coins in the one-armed bandit, which you'll find in the saloon. You can also click on the small picture of a map to see the whole town at once and where you're standing. And don't forget to click on the gun behind the Wyatt Earp sign at the bottom of the screen to turn your pointer into a gun.
Oh.
You should do this pretty
That's cool.
quick if a gunfighter jumps out at you.
Yeah, one gunfighter jumps out and I had to black
You
it
better get
out.
going now.
Then I turned it off for the rest
I'll
of
see you soon.
the playthrough.
Okay.
So first, let's go to town. Let's go to town.
That's Little Town.
That's just the front where you start. There's a general store. We're gonna go look at the shop.
A general
Oh, my
store
goodness.
like this here was also known as a shebang.
Shebang?
That
Shebang.
apparently came
Huh.
from an Irish word meaning an informal sort of tavern. You see,
Wait,
this
the store is
wasn't
a
just place
tavern?
to shop. It was also
An
a place
informal
where
tavern-
folks could
form of
gather to
tavern,
drink
yeah.
and talk, even in dry towns. So, if you ever wondered where we got our expression, the whole shebang, well,
Oh.
now you know, partner. By the way,
Now I
like
know.
the owner of the dry goods store across town, the keeper of this general store would usually become one of the more prominent, popular folks around. Besides selling people the stuff they needed and being a substantial barkeep, he might also serve as a banker, counselor, or just a plain good listener to half the town.
Plain good listener for half the town. You'll
That's right, partner. Fresh onions. Can't make a good chili sauce without them. Even though the tin-coated
I love
metal
chili.
can was invented
me
in
too.
England in the early 1800s, most fresh vegetables in the West were stocked right out in front, where everyone could see them.
Oh, that's the dog. I thought I heard a horse go.
If there's one thing the Old
Nope,
West
just
had
the dog.
plenty of, it's barrels. That's because long before there was fancy packaging, most foodstuffs came in barrels. Coffee, tea, flour, biscuits, crackers, macaroni. Heck, the list is endless. You just figured out how much you wanted, and the shopkeeper pulled it out of a barrel and wrapped it up in manila paper or put it in bags.
I thought he was about to say manure paper.
I thought so too. Like, I don't want that paper.
Here's an example of 19th century sign making. Lamps and lanterns, straight and to the point. That's because food wasn't all
Kodak.
that they had in the general store. In the Old West, they darn near carried everything under the sun. And when the sun went down, why, there was nothing more comforting than that warm lantern.
Mm.
The general stove.
Yeah, and they kind of
It could.
cut it out, didn't they?
Well, no.
That's not even me.
What's that colony thing on the left? though? We're not going
Bow and
there.
arrow shooter.
Oh, this
The
is where.
doctor.
Yeah, so I blocked it out. That way.
Well,
Welcome to Boot Hill, partner.
And then if you don't,
become a better
obviously, if
shot,
you get
you'll
shot,
have to
then
hang up
you
your holster.
get taken to the cemetery.
aw.
That's what Boot Hill is, cemetery.
These three are the least fortunate participants in the gunfight at the OK Corral. The display of
Billy
bodies to
Clayton,
the general public
Tom
soon after
McGlory,
death was common in the Old West.
Frank
and it was no
McGlory.
exception for these three. After their deaths, their silver-trimmed caskets were displayed in the window of a hardware store.
Oh, my.
And when it
Oh,
came
jeez.
time for the funeral, their bodies were paraded through the crowded streets of Tombstone in extra fancy glass-lined hearses.
paraded
As
them
the
around?
procession passed one point in town, a friend of the victims held up a sign reading, "Murdered in the streets of Tombstone."
Jeez.
Wow, they really hated him.
Yeah.
This poor woman died from an infection sustained in childbirth.
Mm.
Bringing a child into this world was a much riskier proposition back in those days.
Isn't it still risky?
Yep.
Oh.
Mr. Johnson bought a horse that was stolen, although he didn't know
Hey.
that. The folks that found him with the horse didn't know he didn't know. So he was taken for the thief and hanged just the
Oh
same.
no.
Yeah, the music. Looking for other stuff to click on. They kind of make the
This poor woman died from
yeah.
yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell where they
Charles
drew
was
the
shot by
lines
his
for
fellow
different
rancher, William McCauley.
cookable
The two
areas.
were arguing over the best way to drive cattle, fast or slow. Guess old Bill kind of won that argument.
I don't know. Think you'd want to drive your cattle fast.
Yeah.
This here's the gravedigger shack, but you won't find a gravedigger here
It looks
now.
like an outhouse.
That's because
It does look like an
grave digging
outhouse.
wasn't
That's
a
what I thought it
full-time
was.
job when Wyatt Earp was in business. Usually, when a buckaroo hung up his saddle
Excuse me.
for the last time, went down the long trail to Kingdom Come, and shook hands
Wait,
with
what does he
St.
put in
Peter,
there? Just a
he would
shovel?
have been laid out in the boneyard by his family members or by some fellow who did odd jobs for the church. So this here shack might have just been a place to stash the shovels and such.
All right.
Then
There you
again,
go.
any town that Wyatt inhabited might have been the first place to need a full-time grave
Oh
digger.
my.
Oh, jeez.
Let's find more stuff to click on.
Where are we gonna go? Oh! Zombie!
You know, two folk you won't find here are Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. Both these noted gunfighters, ironically enough, died in bed
Oh,
of what you call natural causes.
they didn't get shot?
Doc took his
Or
last stand
killed by shooting?
against tuberculosis in
Oh.
1887 and lost. He was just 35.
Ooh.
Wyatt, on the other hand, lived to be the ripe age of 80. Then he was buried in Colma, California.
California.
That's a quiet town.
California,
with a whole mess of
eh?
cemeteries. More folk dead than alive. John was the teamster on an ore wagon down at Tombstone's mine. He fell off, and one of the thick wheels ran right over his head, crushing his skull.
Oh, jeez.
James Tully was a hard-luck miner who tried to jump to safety from a runaway mine shaft cave.
Oh, my.
Instead, he fell 250 feet down the shaft
Yeah.
to his death.
Oh, man.
In life, Annie was known as the Queen of Tombstone's red light district.
Oh, she got around.
For a new silver dollar, give me the right answer to this question.
Yay.
I got that one right.
Good job.
So where are we going next? We went to the general store. Let's go to the library stable.
The livery.
This here's the livery stable.
Uh-huh.
If you were new to town,
Livery.
you'd make a beeline over here first. It was like a combination parking lot and rent-a-car agency,
Huh.
except that since America hadn't gotten around to inventing the automobile yet, it dealt in horses.
Yay.
If you brought your own horse to town, you could park it here, and the livery folks would feed it and watch out
Huh.
for it. That way you could go out drinking and gambling and carousing without having to worry about such responsibilities. Or, if you come to town by rail or stagecoach, you could rent a horse here. And for $5 a day, you could get a nice buggy, too. Now, if you're curious,
kind of
just
expensive.
trot on over and poke your nose into whatever gear intrigues you.
Yeah.
If you're traveling across the prairie, like Wyatt and his brothers did, this is the best seat in the house. Sitting up high on this wagon, you're kind of like the captain on the bridge of a ship. So it's no wonder that when these wagons were covered, they called them prairie schooners.
Hmm.
Oh, that makes sense.
When you're traveling across the rugged Southwest, the nearest store might have been 100 miles away. That's why you had to carry everything you needed to stay alive with you. So these bags hanging off the side of the wagon held everything from oats for the horses to plantain seeds, and even an odd whiskey bottle or two.
A bottle or two of whiskey. Oh.
This being the livery stable, y'all probably wondering, where's the livery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there weren't
Oh.
none. The word livery came from an old French word, livrer, meaning to carry stuff from one place to another.
Is that true?
And you head of the class, buckaroos,
Not that I
probably
know of.
already guessed.
I think he's
That's
making stuff
also
up.
how we get our word, delivery.
Maybe.
I mean, according to the historians that worked on this program.
When a wagon was fully loaded with supplies, going downhill could be a mighty tricky proposition. Even a pair of sturdy workhorses sometimes needed a little help slowing down.
Wow.
That's why wagons had brakes on them. These brakes are connected to a foot pedal up in the driver's seat that the driver'd step on real hard to slow the coach.
Huh.
Oh, I didn't know they had brakes.
Me either.
I thought that was more like a modern thing.
Yeah.
Like with the invention of the car.
Yeah.
This being the livery stable, y'all probably wondering, where's the
Excuse me.
Ah, where did he go?
Whether it was supplies and grain you were moving out to a ranch, or hauling coffins off to Boot Hill Cemetery, this here part of the wagon was where you put your cargo. And if you needed to haul such stuff but couldn't afford your own wagon, well, the local livery could rent you one with 2 horses for about $4 a day. It's also interesting to note that when Wyatt would have to quickly put a posse together, he'd come here to rent a horse without a wagon. A rush job like that had cost him about $3 per horse.
Whoa.
Virgil Earp's wife, Allie, met the Earps sitting on the back of a wagon like this one. In her recollection, she says, "My shoes were off, and when Wyatt and Morgan reached out to shake hands, I stuck out a bare foot. Wyatt gave me a cold and nasty look, but Morgan pinched my toes real friendly."
Oh. What was the question?
Once
I don't
the
remember.
sun went
Oh.
down, aside from
Oh.
the lights in the buildings, the Old West got pretty dark. Outside of town on a cloudy night, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. So a good lantern came in real handy. You could set it
That's
on your
pretty dark.
wagon and folks could see you coming for miles.
Sometimes you click on a space that looks like a new object to click on,
Quite
and it
often, the livery
repeats.
would
So I
also
just
double
click
as a
again to
blacksmith. So
shut
you
'em
could
up.
always find a
Oh,
couple
okay.
of spare wagon wheels lying around, waiting to get fixed.
Boo-da-boo-da-boo. Boo-da-boo-da-boo.
Window
Oh.
glass was expensive in the Old West and used only in houses. So the windows in a livery like this would be covered instead by wooden shutters. This would keep the critters like coyotes from coming in and messing with the place.
Coyotes.
I would think the wood would be better than glass anyway for the coyotes back then. Glass wasn't very good.
This horse collar was one of the most important pieces of equipment a horse hitched to a wagon or a stage wore. You see, the thick padded collar fit around the base of the horse's neck and evenly distributed the tremendous weight of the load that the beast pulled or pushed. That's right. Harnesses were designed
Yep.
to work along with the horse's natural tendency, which is to push against something instead of pull. That's why horses are so good at busting fences down. They just push on
I didn't know they
until them
bust fences
boards
down.
just break.
Huh.
Yep, that's why the reins on a horse is designed for them to push against, not pull the carriage.
Like all things, even harnesses wore out. This one here looks like it's seen a lot of horses in its time.
Mm-hmm.
Most people would set them on a wall and forget about them. But some
Okay, bye.
enterprising smarties would sell them as souvenirs to the city folk who wanted a taste of the dusty Old West.
You want my old worn out harness?
Wherever there
Right.
are horses, there's lots of, well, you know what.
Oh, poopy.
These tools here are for the dirtiest job in the livery stable. Can you guess what it is?
Shovel and poo.
You got it right, partner. Cleaning up the horse manure.
Yep.
Anyone that's ever been around horses knows that they eat a lot of hay. And the easiest way to
Hey.
move hay around is with a pitchfork and a rake.
Horses.
These tools
Hay's
were
for horse.
also used to move around the straw, which is kind of like hay, but ain't much good for eating. The straw was used for horse bedding, which means the horses stood on it and manured it up real good. Then, the pitchfork and the rake would be used to drag out the dirty straw and put in some new. These tools were also real important to prevent fires, since lots of old hay and straw sitting around long enough could catch on fire all by
Oh,
itself.
jeez.
Spontaneous combustion.
Yep.
The Old West was a dusty place, and everything was carted around in boxes and crates. Why, when
Sorry.
Earps moved from Dodge City, they had a whole wagon full of crates like these. Looks like someone left something behind here. Or maybe they're just storing it for the night while they're out carousing.
Sit down my glass and I'd bang my
Wherever there are
elbow on
horses,
the.
there's lots of, well,
Huh, scared me half to death.
a livery stable like this would have lots of barrels storing water and oats for the horses. Then they'd
That
use
makes sense.
baskets like this to deliver the oats to each horse.
Oh,
To feed the horsey.
yep.
Nope, 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 nope.
For a new silver dollar, give me the right answer to this question.
$3.
Yeah.
Hombres,
Cantina.
senoritas, right this way to
Cantina.
visit the cantina. And just click anywhere if you want to skip
Is that
my
better?
little cross-cultural introduction. Mexicans in the Old West found themselves in a unique position. They lived their whole lives in the same place, maybe even the same place their parents or grandparents had lived, yet they were now foreigners. This was because after getting whooped by the U.S. in the Mexican War of the 1840s, old Mexico was forced to sell the gringos almost half
Oh,
its
man.
territory. For no more than $15 million, America got the states of Texas, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and California.
Wow, that's a lot.
They don't roll land
California.
deals like that no more. Now, Wyatt Earp's town of Tombstone was in southern Arizona. The last jigsaw piece plugged into the old continental U.S. of A. way back in 1853. The town was close enough to the Mexican border that you could pay your bills in pesos. Still,
Pesos?
Arizona's Mexican residents weren't exactly made to feel at home. Swindled out of much of their land and excluded from skilled trades, they were forced into poor-paying jobs like
It's 173
chopping wood,
years
making
ago.
charcoal,
Wow.
and other manual labor. Since there weren't no red carpet inviting them into the Anglos' watering holes, the town's Mexican folks would hang out in places like this. And at this cantina, amigo, everybody's welcome.
You can hear Annabelle licking.
Yeah, you can.
At this table, you might have found Wyatt Earp's arch enemies, the
Oh,
Clantons
no.
and the McLaurys, looking for information.
Information?
Their interest in Mexico wasn't cultural.
Information.
It was cattle
About
rustling.
what?
As the story goes, they used to steal a couple thousand cattle at a time down in Sonora. Then they'd bring them back up across the border and sell them for $3 or $4 a head. By the way, the bird painted on the back of the chair is a roadrunner.
Beep, beep.
The little fellows were said to race stagecoaches and keep up with them at 15 miles an hour. Each of their little feet, 2 toes point forward, and 2 back. So, to find their trail, what you see is a string of X marks. They give you no idea which way the bird went. At this here bar, folks told stories of legendary Mexican
Bandidos.
They were masked men
Bandidos.
on fast horses who robbed and harassed wealthy Anglo landowners and miners. The most famous of these desperados was Joaquin Murrieta, who was known throughout much of the Southwest. Even though he never really existed.
He didn't
He
exist?
was actually a blend of several real-life, small-time bandits who really did rob ranchers and miners. This was for revenge after native Mexicans were thrown off their lands and out of mines. Actually, this legend was even better than reality because when some Mexican-American really did get away with a little revenge robbery, his compadres would just say, "Must have been Joaquin who did it."
I mean, I'd do some revenge robbing, too.
This piano might have provided the accompaniment for the folk ballads that were sung here. These songs told about the lives and deaths of celebrated vaqueros and sung the praises of the legendary guerrilla fighters who resisted the Anglo takeover of the Southwest. The ballads were called
Corridos.
and you can still hear them sung today.
Kinda sounds like
During Wyatt
Doritos.
Earp's later years, one vaquero you might have heard immortalized in a song was Juan Laibas. He won a silver trophy at the West's first organized rodeo in Prescott, Arizona in 1888.
Looking for another spot to click on.
Yep. Sure do search around a lot.
Yeah. It's hard to tell where they're...
This roof was made of brush, mud plaster, and earth, and was supported by beams made out of pine logs. Whole thing kept the sun out just fine, but wouldn't hold up against rain very well. It was kind of a desert thing.
Good thing they're in the desert.
Yeah.
Although it does rain sometimes in the desert. That's
George!
Glad you stopped by. You know, being a ghost does get lonely, especially in a ghost town.
haha. But wouldn't it be full of ghosts then?
Perhaps you'd set a spell with me? Nah, you probably want to keep poking around the
Yeah.
cantina.
Okay, bye.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you, bye.
We'll meet again.
That's ominous.
Yeah.
At this table, you might have found Wyatt Earp.
Yeah. Saw that one already.
Yeah.
Trying to find something else, but... Ooh.
At this
Oh,
here
we
bar,
saw that one
folks
too.
told stories
Give
of
it.
At
Ah,
this here bar,
sometimes they fake you out.
when an adobe fireplace like this was placed along the middle of a wall, folks would commonly build a small partition beside it to create a kind of artificial corner. It was called a paredcita, which meant little wall. It shielded the fireplace from drafts.
Nice little fireplace.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Looks like it.
I'll give you a new silver dollar if you can tell me the right answer to my question.
Corridos.
Yay!
All right, where are we going next? The assay office.
The doc.
In
Excuse me,
mining towns of the Old
said
West, the
assay
assay
office.
was
Oh.
a place you could combine a desk job with excitement. This was the first place
Why
that
is
the
it in the
prospectors
center?
would take their diggings to find out what, if anything, it was worth. The assayer would weigh the sample.
didn't
melt
make
it
this
down
thing.
To separate out any gold or silver, and then weigh the
Ask
precious
the developers
metals
of the
that emerged.
programs.
In gold mining country, the assayer might also serve as a kind of a banker and mint, buying
Look,
gold
this
dust
is
and melting it down
the
into
first release of
bullion.
QuickTime
An assayer
VR.
was in the
No
thick
joke,
of
this was built on
everything
QuickTime
that
VR
happened in
1.0,
town. Hot
which in
tips
the
and
90s
enticing rumors
was
began right here at the assay office. And as you might imagine, a lot of shenanigans went
the
on
most
here as
technologically
well. You
advanced
see,
way
an
of bringing a
unscrupulous
virtual museum
assayer
into the
was an
homes of
unscrupulous prospector's best
everyday
friend.
Americans.
For a suitable bribe, he would
Wow.
report that your worthless rock was laced with gold. But even honest assayers could be hoodooed by wily prospectors who brought in highly unrepresentative samples of what they were digging up. And that common trick was known as salting a mine.
Oh.
So be sure to click around here to find out about the tools of the assayer's trade.
All right, what do we got?
The Western mining fever disease began
Whoa,
in
those are some big booms.
1848
Whoa.
when gold nuggets, like these, were discovered in California. After the 49ers exhausted them claims, they headed on east to Nevada and Colorado, chasing rumors of new finds. By about 1880, it was silver ore that brought Wyatt Earp and a
Silver?
few thousand other honchos to try their luck in the
Silver
Arizona
and
territory.
gold.
You'd expect to find a scale like this in an assay office, but in a western gold mining town, you might have also found scales in a lot of unexpected places. You see, folks didn't use paper money, and they didn't even wait for coins to be minted. They just paid for their purchases in raw gold.
Oh, wow.
So the merchants, bartenders, and even the sporting ladies would keep a balance handy so they could weigh out their customers' payments.
So you just walk
Small
around with a
change,
scale?
up to $1 or so, would be just a pinch of gold dust. No weighing required. Just what fit between your
People-
thumb and your index finger.
The proprietors would have scales, but everyday people would have bags of gold dust and
You'd
gold
expect
nuggets.
to find a scale like this in an assay.
Don't sneeze.
Yeah.
An old timer like me needs a map just to find his way around town. But an assayer, at the top of his game, could take one look at a piece of ore, and he could tell you what mine it came from.
Whoa.
He might even tell you what part of the mine.
How could he do that? Does gold really look that different?
I'm not
Once
sure.
the assayer got done cooking down your sample, he'd issue you a certificate saying how much gold or silver he'd found per unit of ore. To make sure that everything stayed on the up and up, he'd make a note of that certificate in a ledger like this.
The 90s also started to feature
Once the
full motion
assayer got
video,
done
like George, the ghost in this,
Oh, yeah.
because computers were. They'd
An
gone
assayer,
from,
like a
lines on the
full-scale mining
screen
mill,
and little
used chemicals
dots
to extract gold and silver from the surrounding
to
ore.
fully
But
graphical
if you ran
environments,
into a
which
new
meant
kind
you
of
could bring a
ore,
bit of
well, then you
Hollywood
had to
into
do some
someone's
trial
home.
and error
Yeah.
to figure out what kind of chemicals to use. You might run through everything from alum to zinc before you found out what worked. Some of the most useful techniques, as it turned out, needed stuff like cyanide, chlorine
no.
gas, and mercury, all of them highly toxic. So, Western mining wasn't exactly what you modern-day buckaroos would call eco-friendly.
Probably a lot of people died, too.
Not just the miners, but obviously the assessors,
Yeah. Assayers.
assayers.
Assayer.
Stranger, answer my question right, and I'll give you a new silver dollar.
Scale.
Did you get it right? Yay!
Hope so. Where we going next? Doctor.
No, we're actually going to the doctor this
If
time.
you think the slot machine over at the saloon is a game of chance, you probably haven't been treated by a frontier
no.
doctor yet. Small towns wouldn't even have a doctor, so the barber would moonlight as the next best thing. And even in your larger towns, you never quite knew who was hanging out their shingle. Since medical licensing standards were slow to arrive in the West, many of the self-proclaimed doctors were failures from back east, or quacks. There were good doctors, though, many of them trained by the military. The Earp brothers frequently patronized a Dr. George Goodfellow, who, thanks to the constant flow of violence, became one of the nation's leading authorities on
Gunshot wounds.
Gunshot
No
wounds. Did you want to see a doctor about that little pain in your side? You probably won't have to take out more than a couple of your internal organs to make you feel better. So look around. Doctors haven't always been as clean and tidy as they are today. Nobody wore surgical masks or gloves, although the more meticulous ones did roll up their sleeves and maybe even wash their hands in a basin like this. Before someone discovered germs in the late 1800s, doctors thought diseases came from early morning mists or dew or night air. Medical instruments got washed in regular water.
Oh, boy.
That's untreated water. Turned out many people got sicker because the good old doctor's hands were dirty.
Wash those hands.
Yep.
Would you call dentistry intimate work?
I mean,
Not exactly my notion, but that's what people called it, just to keep women out of the dentistry. In the 1800s, women took a lot of guff for getting into careers that were traditionally for men only. But that didn't stop Dr. Marion Webb, who hung her own shingle in Tombstone in 1880, and may well have used this here chair.
whoa.
Breathing smoky air, some of it from oil lamps, was one reason many pioneers were so sickly. They didn't have much choice, though, since there was no electricity in most small towns, and folks had to use oil lamps like this one. Even though the electric light bulb was invented in 1879, it first appeared in just the big cities. It took a while longer to spread to the small towns dotting the Old West. Even though a number of medical schools were doing business by
Candy shop.
1900, many an Old West doctor trained in the old-fashioned way by doing apprenticeships. They'd mix prescriptions in the local drugstore, or they'd shadow another doc until they felt, well, ready. But not old Doc Holliday. He got his dentistry degree in 1872 at Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery. At least he had a real education.
I didn't know he was actually a real doctor. I thought his name was just Doc.
Oh,
Doctors were always competing with patent medicine salesmen and home remedies, so some of them took to making and selling their own prescriptions. Every doctor kept a supply of drugs in bottles and jars in their office. These remedies sometimes made them more money than their medical practice. Only the big city doctors got rich from practicing medicine. In the Old West, doctors usually got paid in some kind of barter. Sometimes it was a bushel of corn, a jug of cider, or a pound of butter. Looking at these bottles makes me mindful of a story about Tombstone's Dr. Goodfellow. You see, sometimes he got called in to do coroner work. Must have been a bit dreary, but the good doctor never lost his sense of humor. After examining one gunfight loser, he declared that the corpse was rich in lead, but too badly punctured to hold whiskey.
That's a lot of bullet holes.
Even women who usually avoided doctors might climb up on one of these birthing tables when it came time to
That's
deliver a baby.
terrifying.
You see, childbirth fever took a lot of women's lives, including, some folks say, Wyatt's first wife,
man.
Marilla. Most times, women on the frontier would call for a doctor, but by the time one would arrive, the child had already been born.
Does not look comfortable.
Gray's Anatomy was one of the earliest medical books. Out in those fancy medical schools back east, Gray's was required reading.
Not to be
And every
confused
school
with the show.
doctor understood anatomy. The book caught on so well that they still use it today. Other books came out in the mid-1800s that were real milestones, like Introduction to Experimental Medicine and Cellular Pathology, and Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. Darwin book still stirs up a lot of folks, don't it?
What's next?
I don't know. Let's see if we can find anything else in this room worth looking at.
The doctors out west sold the same sorts of concoctions that were peddled on the traveling medicine wagons. People found relief with remedies called childhood, worm destroyer, female remedy.
Female remedy.
Oh,
Just to name a few. Now, most of the preparations
horrible.
relied
Yeah.
on lots of alcohol to work their magic. Chances are these remedies didn't
Alcohol.
really cure any illnesses. They just made people feel better.
Well,
Oh, no.
One of my fellow ghosts, the late Dr. Lewis Thomas, wrote a book about how medicine improved so much during the decades of old Wyatt's life. Surprisingly, the main reason wasn't the introduction of new healing techniques. It was doing away with the old practices that had done more harm than good.
Like leeches?
Around this here doctor's office, you've probably seen some examples of both.
I think I might be. Yeah.
Doctors out
Oh, yeah.
west sold the same.
Maybe this. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it don't do nothing.
19th
That was a
century
bug.
cure-alls were part chemistry and part folk remedy. Tartar emetic for vomiting, quinine for ag, boiled sulfur or powdered brimstone for
Brimstone.
diphtheria. Now, that was scientific. But for toothache, well, everyone knew that carrying a pig's tooth in your pocket would
What?
take care of that.
Pull out yours and pop in a pig's tooth?
Yep.
Oh, gosh. Nope.
19th century medicine. I think that's it for the here.
I'll reward you a silver dollar if you can answer this question right.
Yeah, I'm Merriam-Webb. Yep.
All right, where are we going now?
The saloon. No,
Saloon?
opera house.
Oh, Opera House. I wonder if
Folks
they
in
did real
Tombstone
operas.
always had an eye
Huh?
for culture.
I wonder if they did real
In its
operas.
time, some of the most famous theater
Yeah.
companies in
Yeah.
America marched through the famous Shefflin Opera House. Why, Nellie Boyd herself appeared in a play called The Banker's Daughter. After that, pretty near every touring company in America made a stop in Tombstone.
Banker's Daughter. I never heard of that one.
Look
This is
over.
our little town's recreation of Shiflin Hall, Tombstone's quality opera house. That's where Wyatt and Morgan Earp saw a play called Stolen Kisses, the night that Morgan's life would be stolen by a gunman. But beyond that, Shiflin Hall was the largest and best-known theater between El Paso, Texas, and San Francisco. It
Oh,
put
wow.
on legitimate plays, musicals, opry, and lectures. Plus, it was the
Lectures.
biggest Adobe building of any type in the country. So, as our saying went, other than that little shooting, Mrs. Earp, what did you think of the theater?
Wonder what kind of lectures they gave.
Let me tell
That's
you a
weird.
story about what folks around here call the actor's mind. Silver fever was contagious. No one was immune, not even actors. But actors ain't minors, and they proved to be easy marks for con artists. James O'Neill, father of the playwright Eugene O'Neill, was one such victim. He ran into a
Oh.
swindler named George Chaprico, who sold him and a couple of other actors shares in a claim called the Cumberland Mine. After they lost their savings and went bankrupt, folks around here called it the actor's mine.
It's not a very good mine.
No.
Sometimes the Opera House was used to raise money for a good cause. After the town fire of June 22nd, 1881, a bunch of local actors put on a play, charging $1 per person. In 2 nights, they raised over $800. The money was used to buy a fire alarm bell in the event that there was another fire, which there was.
Well, that's cool. Do they have any fire trucks to put out the fire? Or just an alarm?
This
Yeah, they
here
had fire
opera
trucks.
house
Oh,
is
okay.
named after
The
Ed
firehouse is
Shefflin,
later.
who pretty much
Oh,
founded
okay.
the town of Tombstone. Now, old Ed was a stubborn one. One old pioneer called him the queerest specimen of humanity ever seen. Folks told him that the only things he'd ever find in southwestern Arizona would be scorpions, Apaches, and his tombstone. But old Ed proved them all wrong. After prospecting for a few years, he hit the richest lodes of silver in Arizona and named them Graveyard and, you guessed it, Tombstone.
Oh, that's how the town got its name.
Hmm? Let's see here. The Oriental Saloon.
This here's the Oriental Saloon. Now, this place you might want to spend some time. Wyatt Earp surely did. While he was deputy U.S. Marshal, he was also owner of a quarter of the gambling action around here. and he spent so much time at the Oriental running card games and whatnot that this was practically his office. Now, that was actually a fairly common arrangement for lawmen in the Old West, and you might wonder why.
I do wonder why.
Well, here's the answer. Gambling operations in Western saloons were routinely rigged in the house's favor. To keep a lid on everything, patrons were requested to check their sidearms at the door, unless, of course, they were wearing a badge, in which case an exception was made. So, although being deputized didn't necessarily get you a big salary or much glory, it did bring perks, like letting you be the only rascal in the house holding a law book by your side. And if you were also the one dealing the cards, that little six-gun tended to make the other players a mite less inclined to question your calls. Well, the marshal may be out of the office just now, but while you're waiting, take a look around. Perhaps the most unlikely poker game in Western history took place at this table. In the wee small hours of October 26, 1881, Tom McLaury, Ike Clanton, and Morgan Earp all sat down to enjoy each other's company for several hours. Yet, just a few hours later, the three would face off over at the OK Corral. And there, Morgan would shoot Ike's brother Billy dead. And the Earp's friend, Doc Holliday, would kill Tom equally dead. Too bad they couldn't have just worked it all out at the poker table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most unlikely poker game.
Hey, they don't have much alcohol back there.
Nice setup, huh? Problem was, all this nice glass and marble and woodwork was highly vulnerable to stray gunshots from the street. So, the saloon keepers
Stray
were
gunshots
careful
from the
to set their
street.
bars
Jeez.
back a good 20 feet from the doorway. That's also
that's
the
smart.
reason Wyatt Earp and Sheriff Johnny Behan were said never to stand in an open doorway or by a window while fulfilling their semi-official duties here at the saloon.
Yeah, you ever seen Old Western where someone died just by standing in a doorway?
No, I've never
Beer
watched
in
many
this
old
barrel came
westerns.
fresh from the
Oh.
local brewery. That wasn't
Yeah.
because the saloon
Easy
keepers
way to
were
kill
snobs.
someone.
It was because the heavy beer kegs cost too much to ship over long distances. In fact, a brewery often started its own saloon. In Tombstone, that's how Wyatt's little hangout here came to have its equally fancy competitor, the Crystal Palace.
Seems like they have more saloons than houses there.
A lot of money passed into and out of this register. A friendly saloon keeper would cash a check or a banknote for you, or let you run up a bar tab on credit. Saloons also functioned kind of like convenience stores. They'd sell you cigars, headache powders, or candies. Them candies, some men had the nerve to call wife pacifiers. Now imagine, if your husband had just spent a whole night and a
Yeah,
whole
it's
week's
kinda mean.
wages drinking
Yep.
at a saloon, do you think you'd be pacified by a few candies?
No.
Yeah. Maybe for like a minute.
Looking for more stuff to
The
click
beer
on.
in this
Oh.
Done that. Yeah, see, they make it really tricky to know
This
what's...
door led out
Yeah.
to the lodgings of our town's ladies of the evening, also known
Ooh.
as our soiled doves or fallen angels. These ladies would hang out in the saloons, dancing with the fellas and convincing them to buy more drinks, from which the gals got a percentage of the profits. Some of the more enterprising hug girls did further business up in their rooms in what was known as the red light district. That
Ooh.
phrase actually came from Wyatt's adopted home of Dodge City. It derived from the railway men who'd leave their red brakeman's lantern hanging outside the door of the woman they were staying with to discourage
Oh.
intruders. By the way, Big Nose Kate, elder, Doc Holliday's girlfriend,
Yeah.
supposedly opened the
That's where the
first
sock
cat
on the door
house
came
in
from.
Tombstone,
Yeah.
just shortly after arriving.
Sock on your door. Might as
On
well be a
occasions
red
when a
light.
card
Yep.
game or personal dispute got too heated, you could just shut down this pot-belly stove. But of course, after Wyatt left Tombstone and became a saloon keeper in his own right in Alaska, well, he probably kept the stove in that there saloon burning most of the time. Considering
Jeez,
how
he went to
cold it would get up
Alaska?
there.
He went all over the place.
Hey, he's more than a lawman.
Anything to click on?
I'm looking for stuff to click on.
This being one of our town's fancy saloons, you could be fairly sure that the drink you were served in this shot glass had not been watered down. If you know about the West from moving pictures, you know that the bad guys always wore black hats. So, this hat must be either Ike Clanton's or Tom McLaury's. Although then again, I seem to recall that Morgan Earp and his brothers usually wore hats just like this one. According to legend, Wyatt Earp, during his very first visit here at the Oriental Saloon, led a troublesome tough guy out by the ear. Supposedly, that's how Wyatt acquired his quarter interest in this nightly game of Faro. Faro, played with cards like these, was a fast-moving betting game that was highly popular in the West.
Never heard of that game before.
Many Westerners felt that derby hats like this were pretentious. On Tombstone's Allen Street, which was the town's saloon district, wearing a derby was actually considered an invitation to a fight. Someone would promptly knock the thing off your head, at which point everyone else around would help
fight
kick
you
the
just
life
for
out
a
of
hat?
it. Now, if you were found to be an actual dude, which is what they called a fresh arrival
It's a fancy
from
hat.
the East, your assailants would then
but
chip in
man.
and buy you a regulation soft cowboy hat. But if you were a local, forget it. It was assumed that you should have known better and that you were ready to fight rather than switch hats.
Yeah.
Man.
Give me your hat. Excuse me.
Oh, going upstairs to the ladies' area? Man.
Just exploring the upstairs to see what.
Teresa game. Whoa. Going into a
There's
bedroom?
nobody in right now. Sorry, partner.
Oh.
It's an educational family game.
Hey, I don't know. They let you go upstairs.
Well, it's a virtual museum.
Partner, a silver dollar is yours if you can answer my question right.
The red light district.
Yay. All right, now where are we going?
Restaurant.
Restaurant. Oh, the can.
The can.
This here's the Can Restaurant, named after the one in Tombstone. It claimed to be named after the famous Can dance hall over yonder in Gay Paris. Its menu boasted of serving deer, antelope, and even bear meat, plus lobsters
bears?
and fish
Whoa.
imported by fast stagecoach from the coast of Mexico. Of course, some locals said that the name came from the fact that everything in the menu actually came out of a can.
I'd believe that.
Most Old West families were stretched to the limit, paying for food and other necessities, so dining out was a rare extravagance. But for a town's other folk, from bachelors and miners to Dresden Easterners, a typical Western town would have a variety of restaurants to satisfy their hunger as well as their budget. Of course, you modern folks might be a little shocked when you take a look at the prices way back in Wyatt's day. What?
Wow.
You say you'd like a sirloin steak with a side of hot rolls? 25 cents, please.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Now it's more like
windows, you might
$25
just for
the steak.
Yeah. The food they'd have eaten was probably cooked in a cast iron stove, fueled by the roots of the mesquite bush. It burned almost as hot as
chain
coal,
restaurant.
but it didn't have to be imported from the east. Yep, Wyatt was so smitten that he'd take Josie out on the town, apparently forgetting about Manny Blaylock, his common-law wife, waiting for him back home. Likewise, Josie seemed to have a bit of amnesia about her fiancé, Sheriff John Behan.
Yeah, he wasn't,
The upstairs may have been the residence of restaurant owner Quan Key and his famous wife Ah Long,
was a man of his time.
Known as China Mary. It was said China Mary was a powerful leader among the 500 or so Chinese residents in Tombstone's Chinatown.
Whoa, 500 Chinese residents?
Character testimony to do a good job.
Dang.
Prejudice against immigrants made a restaurant.
When we go through Chinatown, it'll explain how most of the railroad.
Chinese weren't even allowed to work in the Tombstone mines.
Oh, yeah.
So, after they worked so hard building the Transcontinental Railroad, a lot of Chinese had no choice but to do so-called women's work, like cooking and laundry. How's that for gratitude?
Woman's work, whatever.
Let's go to the laundry.
All right. Hey, I'm doing laundry. Aw, his toys work.
This here's the lawn.
Come.
I'm doing
Miners
women's
and
work.
cowboys would drop their
Aw.
clothing off here when it
Well,
got
I do the laundry
with
too.
dust from
Yeah.
the mines or the plains.
You do.
Now, even if he didn't have enough clothes to dust a fiddle, your typical Western guy would have been firm set against doing his own washing. And this created a
I guess I
clean
ain't a
business
Western guy.
opportunity
Nope.
for Western
You're
gals
not a
who were
Western
willing to
guy.
boil and iron them guys' duds. It was also an opportunity open to the Chinese, like the proprietor of this here laundry, who were locked out of the more lucrative work in the ranches and the mines. Just before the Civil War, a freed slave from Kentucky named Clara Brown set herself up as a laundress with a tub like this in Aurora, Colorado. With the money she made, she invested in real estate. Within a few years, she saved up over $10,000.
Whoa, that's a lot of money.
Quite a businesswoman. She used the money to help other former slaves get settled in Colorado and to track down her daughter, who'd been sold away from her.
Oh man.
This table saw a lot of elbow grease, mixed with
Ew.
just plain frontier
Not
grit.
like real
The
grease.
industrious Chinese
Like
who came to America
working,
to seek their fortune beside
scrubbing,
the other immigrants
elbow
had a
grease.
much tougher time
Never
than
heard of
the
that before.
Europeans. Their culture
Okay.
and language were different, and that made them a target for ill treatment. Even though they helped build the railroad and mine for gold,
whatever.
many of them had to settle
Making
for
fun
the
of
more
me.
menial jobs.
No, I'm not
Out
making fun
west,
of you.
Many of the
Uh-huh.
Chinese ran laundries. The work was hard. There was no plumbing.
I'm
so
thinking
they had to haul
elbow
water.
grease.
They boiled the clothing and soaked
Like
it
you
of
rub your
animal
elbow
fat
until
or
grease
beeswax,
comes out.
often
Ew,
adding
gross.
bluing, lye, ammonia, or borax. After the laundry dried, they'd iron the pieces on a table like this, using irons that weighed anywhere from a 4-pound small iron to a 17-pound charcoal family iron.
Whoa, 17-pound iron. Jeez.
Charcoal iron.
Dude,
Mm.
that's heavy.
During the
Ah,
California
he's
Gold
disappeared.
Rush, miners complained that the local laundries were too expensive. So, some enterprising Chinese began shipping laundry from San Francisco back to China.
How does that work?
Oh my
There.
goodness.
Now,
It take
this
forever
was
to get your
cheaper,
clothes
but
back.
You might wonder how they kept track of which duds were whose.
Yeah.
In fact, since this round-trip cruise took several months, you might wonder what them miners wore in between.
Yeah.
Well,
It takes
partner,
like 2 weeks to get a knockoff
Something's
hoodie
either
from China
know.
now in 2026.
Yeah.
How'd they do it back in the 1800s?
Chinese
And how is that
launderers and
cheaper?
frontier homemakers both used washboards for the smaller items of clothing that didn't need boiling to clean them. Back then, you could find a washboard for 12 to 20 cents each. They were made of a hardwood frame with a heavy zinc scrubbing surface. Clothing was soaked in water and then rubbed against the ridges until it became clean.
I think that's about it.
That's it?
Yep,
Oh.
that's all.
Wow. On to the next place. Where are we going?
We were at the laundry. Let's go to the trading post.
Trading post. Okay.
The inside of a trading post was a wondrous place, dark and cool and filled with most anything a person could want. It was here you came to do your fur and hide trading business in the 1860s and 70s, the years when folks like Wyatt Earp and Bat Masterson nearly hunted
Oh,
the buffalo
geez.
to extinction.
That's a lot of
After
buffalo.
Fur trading went the way of the buffalo.
Yeah.
The few trading posts that stayed in business geared themselves more to prospectors and pioneers. Guess that's what you call adaptation.
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 Wyatt Earp met Bat Masterson when the two of them were
Bat
hunting buffalo in
Masterson. His name was
Kansas.
Bat?
It was there that they learned how to handle a variety of guns, rifles and shotguns.
Wait, that's
and to
not a bat?
discern between a good gun
That's not new bat's
and a
mate?
bad gun. You see, back in the Old West, guns weren't always very accurate.
They
A man
make
might go through
ultrasonic
10 or more
screeches.
talking
Yeah.
irons before he found one to his liking.
I'm not gonna do it.
Trading posts
Well,
would
yeah, the
always
bats
have a ready
outside, you hear 'em, they
supply
go,
of used and maybe not so good weapons to choose from.
That guy sounds like a monkey.
If you were
You
interested
hear
in
them squeak.
prospecting,
Yeah.
as most
They
folks
sound
in
like
western
mice
mine and
flying
towns
through the
were,
sky.
a guidebook suggested the following. Organize into 4-man teams for protection. Next, you'd need 40 pounds of bacon, 25 pounds of gunpowder, 3 yoke of oxen, and a wagon. The prospectors also needed
Sounds
picks,
like Oregon Trail.
shovels,
Yeah,
good
it
rifles,
does.
food for 3 weeks, and, yep, a mule with a proper fitting pack saddle to carry everything. If you were interested in prospecting,
Oh,
Thanks.
wait away.
if you
Yeah,
were
I know.
interested in prospecting,
Fake out again.
the trading post supplied local miners with the tools they needed to work their claims. Dynamite, picks,
Dynamite.
shovels, lamps, boots, and work clothes. A miner's other needs, for companionship, for example, might have been better satisfied down the street at the saloon.
Man, they love bringing up those saloons.
Once a miner was working his claim, he would collect samples to bring back to the local assay office for testing. It was important to keep the different samples separate so they know which ore came from which area of which mine. That's what these metal canisters were for. By the 1880s, trading posts weren't doing as much trading as they were selling. Much of what the trading posts sold came packed in barrels like this one, and were loaded heavy with everything from mining supplies to dill pickles.
Well, dill pickles. That's a lot of pickles.
Drinking and smoking were a way of life in the Old West. In towns like Tombstone, prospectors used to give out cigars when a new mine began producing ore, just like a proud daddy would hand out cigars when a baby was born. Gamblers, mulling over a poker hand, preferred long, dark-wrapped Cuban-like cigars, while gunfighters opted for the long, thin, milder ones. Nearly everyone
Ew.
chewed tobacco, because everywhere you looked, you'd find a spittoon.
Yep.
Ew. What's next?
Let's see here. Let's head on. We were at the train. Let's go to the theater.
Ooh, the theater. The birdcage. All right.
They say the Birdcage Theater got its name because of its balcony boxes with curtains, where a man could close off the view and get himself some privacy. The women who worked at the Birdcage would slip into these boxes to sell drinks and, quite often,
Oh,
sell
my.
themselves. The gals performing
Yep.
these services were called soiled doves, making the term birdcage quite appropriate.
Well,
The West might have been wild, but it was cultured too. As soon as townsfolk had dug up or swindled enough silver, they began yearning for your refined, cityfied activities like theater. So, your typical Western town often had several theaters. The fanciest would feature legitimate plays, opry, and learned debates. In the audience, you might find mining officials, doctors, and lawyers, the town's better people. Of course, crosstown, at places like this, your common miners and smugglers and cowpunchers might be patronized in plays like The Widow's Victim or A Husband's Vengeance, or appreciating the cultivation of barmaids who performed on stage and dancing revues, and sometimes performed off stage.
jeez.
If you want to see the show, just click and I'll shut up here. Now, many of these same patrons of the arts would also go to see Shakespeare plays when they were in town, and some of the locals knew the lines of those plays better than the traveling actors.
Wow.
Speaking of which, in Tombstone, back in 1881, our pal Wyatt Earp took up with a traveling actress named Josephine
Jeez.
Marcus, who would later become his third wife.
3
This
wives.
presented a
Man.
couple problems. First, old Johnny Behan was already engaged
oh,
to the same
yeah.
Josephine. So, aside from fighting over who would be sheriff, Wyatt and Johnny were now fighting over a woman, too. Second, Wyatt was still married to Maddie Blaylock, or at least as married to her as he ever was. As it turned out, Johnny got the sheriff's star, Wyatt got the girl, and poor Maddie got
Aw.
abandoned.
Yeah.
Now, how's that for some
That poor lady.
real-life
Yeah.
theater?
Oh,
In 1881,
Excuse me.
Wyatt Earp posted a sign on the birdcage saying, "Persons entering this house are required to divest themselves of firearms or
Bam.
other weapons." Of course, not everyone did. One night, a mediocre magician told the audience he would catch
Oh,
bullets
no.
in his teeth. He hit a few slugs in his mouth, then he spit them out as his assistant was firing those blanks. Suddenly, a drunk stood up in the audience, pulled out his gun, and said, "Catch this one,
Oh, jeez.
Professor." Luckily, a bystander jiggled the drunk's arm and
Oh,
he missed. But you should have seen that magician hightail it
Yeah,
out of there.
I'd run too.
Yeah.
The notorious Birdcage Theater in Wyatt's tombstone kept trying to become a respectable family entertainment spot. So they started a ladies' night on which,
Why is he all
if you were a
wavy?
lady,
I don't know.
you'd be admitted free. Guess the
Is it 'cause
prize
he's
wasn't
supposed to be
low
buying
enough,
glass?
Because not one lady showed up. In fact, no proper lady ever
I think
set
he's-
foot in the birdcage for years.
Isn't that a
to
mirror?
Is it a mirror?
It,
Most of the so-called
he shows up
hostesses who
in
worked the
windows and
birdcage were
mirrors, and
really
that's usually
ladies
in
of the evening. These gals
reflections
usually
that he
lived out
shows
back
up all
behind this
wavy.
door.
Huh.
The back door was real convenient in a place like the birdcage because it allowed gentlemen to slip outside unseen. Now, Wyatt Earp knew many ladies of the evening in his day. In fact, several prostitutes using the name of Earp were arrested in Dodge City, though historians think that they may have just been Wyatt's distant relations.
Jeez, so they were arrested just because they were related to him?
Yep.
Man,
You shall not use the name Earp.
but it's my name.
All right, let's go in the theater.
All right.
Posters like this were put on either side of the stage by the management to advertise upcoming performers at the birdcage. One featured Mrs. de Granville, billed as the woman with the iron jaw.
What?
She packed the birdcage to the rafters with a
Oh.
strong woman act, where she lifted weights and pulled heavy loads with her teeth.
Pretty neat set.
These seats are where the ordinary cowboys and miners sat to watch the
Look like church
evening's
pews.
entertainment. The more important folk had seats in the birdcage balcony. Of course, sat may not be entirely accurate, since often as much excitement happened in the seats as on the stage. The patrons of the birdcage were inclined to do whatever they had a mind to. They were an ornery
Excuse me.
bunch who cussed and spat and fought with each other in a room that was filled with cigar smoke and
Ew.
sweat. It was on a stage like this that the patrons of the birdcage watched the evening show. There they saw minstrels and burlesque, but the main entertainment was the women who sang and danced in costumes designed to tickle a man's imagination and sometimes leave him with nothing left to imagine
Whoa.
at all.
Shoot. Shoot.
Through this here curtain, a man could go up to the private balconies that gave the birdcage its name. Wyatt Earp and his brothers sat up in these balconies. They occupied the ones on the left side of the theater, while Sheriff Behan and his crowd sat on the right. If one side applauded an act, the other side booed it. If one side cheered, the other side made catcalls. And everybody expressed their opinions with
jeez.
gunfire.
Mm-hmm.
A western town was a noisy town.
Sounds like
And a
it.
good theater always had heavy red curtains like this to cover the windows and separate the performance hall from the street. It kept the sound of the horses, wagons, and other street noise from coming inside and disturbing the patrons, as well as blocking the view of people outside who didn't pay for a ticket. These seats are where the ordinary cowboys and
Oh, yeah, we
miners
already heard that.
Yep.
What was it like to stand here and face a raucous crowd of cowboys and miners who were waiting in these seats to be entertained? Eddie Foy played the birdcage once. He was one of the more popular comics of his time. And he said the birdcage should have been named the Coffin because it
Oh,
was built the
geez.
shape of one. Of course, he might have been soured on dance halls because one night in Dodge City, he was almost lynched for making disparaging
Yikes.
remarks from the stage. And the mob had a rope around his neck before he was finally able to talk himself free.
That's scary.
Yeah.
The steps behind this here curtain led you back to the seats, and many's the cowboy who used it to get up on the
Uh-oh.
stage. During one performance of Uncle Tom's Cabin, just as an actress was crossing an imaginary frozen river with a trained bloodhound on her heels, some drunken cowboy rose to her rescue, ran up on stage
Oh,
and shot the
no.
dog. Poor drunk was beaten up by the crowd for spoiling their entertainment. When he awoke in the jail the next morning, he felt real bad and not only offered to give the actress money, but offered to give his horse as
Wow.
well.
Jeez.
Curtains like these
Yeah,
were
but
often
how
made of thick
drunk do you have to be to
fancy
shoot a dog?
patterns
Right.
woven into the material and came in rich maroons and blues. A theater was fixed up with the most highfalutin decorations the management could afford to bring in from the east. Filigree was carved in the woodwork, and some of the scenes painted on the stage curtains were considered works of art. These seats are where the ordinary
no.
cowboys...
We know, we know.
Posters were put on either
Yep,
side
we
of
read
the
that
stage.
too.
Yeah, see, you gotta click through everything.
This picture honors a dancer who died while performing at the Birdcage Theater. She was one of the
Oh.
daredevil women. Old Billy Hutchinson, the proprietor, got the idea of fixing the dancers up with special shoes and hanging them upside
Oh
down
my
above
gosh.
the stage, giving the cowboys and miners a view of the performance that was a huckleberry above anybody's persimmon. This poor old woman fell to her death when the clips on her shoes slipped
Oh.
from the holes that were drilled into the ceiling.
Yikes.
This here door led to the box office where you'd pay 50 cents to get in on opening night and 25 cents the rest of the time. That was a lot of money when the average fellow only earned around
Yeah.
$3 a day. All the same, people were always lined up outside, waiting to fork over their money for a drink and a dance.
Well, I guess not much else to do.
Yeah. This is actually the hotel.
Oh,
Many hotels were conveniently located across from the train or stage depot. After a few days on one of those bone-rattling conveyances, a nice soft chair must have looked like a gift from heaven.
Yeah, I can't figure out on the map it shows the hotel separate from the theater, but as you saw, the theater had a hallway to the
Owning a piano was a sign
hotel.
of
Yeah.
sophistication in the late 1800s. Those who could afford
I didn't
one
build
made their
this
children
museum.
take lessons, which the kids enjoyed then about as much as they do nowadays. Singing around the piano was the kind of thing that the wholesome folks did, while the more notorious Westerners were out carousing. Songs like "Oh Susanna," "Buffalo Gals," and "When Johnny Comes Marching Home" were popular tunes.
I mean, you've seen how accurate
yeah.
our museum is for the historic city, so.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spittoon.
Yep, spittoons
Ew.
are found in classy joints too. But the folks that stay at a place like this probably make an effort to aim a little better. You see, the spittoon was a fairly common sight in Wyatt's day. Gentlemen and sometimes ladies who partook in chewing tobacco needed a place to spit. To discourage them from using the floor, spittoons were left lying about as a kind of a trash receptacle. I believe this spittoon's
Yeah.
getting a little full.
Nope.
I'd like to empty it out.
Nope. There's a casino?
Yep, there's gambling.
Roulette was popular back in Wyatt's time, but I don't know why. The odds were worse than they were on most other games. Not only that, but the gambling houses would sometimes fix the wheel and pull a little trick on the gamblers, letting the greenhorns win a few so they get to feeling lucky, and then getting it all back plus some when the poor suckers started betting real
Oh,
big.
man.
Now do you understand why you had to check
Yup.
your pistol at the door?
Angry folk.
I'd be angry too.
Which way do we go? It's a pretty lobby.
Yeah, it is.
If hotel guests were moving out west, not just passing through, this trunk would be stuffed with valuables of all kinds. Sentimental things like a journal or pictures from home would be in there, along with clothing, and china, silverware, or maybe even a Bible. Anything and everything they weren't sure that they'd find out here on the frontier.
China and silverware. Yeah. That's risky.
When hotel guests sat to chat for a while, they'd sure have a lot to talk about. Women's suffrage was an interesting news subject, and the Prohibition movement was also a matter of some concern to many people. A lot of folks felt strong about Chinese immigration, too. In 1881, they might have discussed the tunnel that was being built from England clear to France. I wonder if they ever finished it.
Tunnel from England to France. Did that ever become a thing?
For your $1.50 or
I don't know
so
if they
a day,
ever
you get a
finished
room
it.
with a bed,
I don't
washstand
know.
with a pitcher
Oh,
and a
I'll have to
bowl,
look that up.
a lamp, and a chamber pot. If it was a fancy place like this one, you wouldn't even have to share your bed with a stranger.
I wouldn't want to share a bed with a stranger.
Yes, I think there is a tunnel from England to France. It's underground. It's a subway.
In
Oh.
a pinch, you
Oh,
might have done
yeah,
some
that makes
cooking on
sense.
your potbelly stove, but for the most
I
part,
thought it
folks
was-
used them to keep
wasn't it
public buildings
attacked
like hotels and depots and stores
in like 2015,
and, yep, even livery
2016?
stables warm. Now, these
I
little
don't know.
cast iron beauties also gave people a good excuse
And it was
to
shut down
gather
for a short
around and
time?
let
Maybe
some
I'm
of the
thinking
latest
something else.
gossip keep them warm too. But stoves took a fair bit of work to keep going with wood or mesquite charcoal, which is part of the reason potbellies were pretty much replaced by modern conveniences by the end of the 1800s. When was the last time you saw a group of good people chatting around a gas heater? Wyatt Earp and his friends Doc Holliday and Bat Masterson were known to enjoy a game of cards. And I'm not talking about gin rummy. Doc was so good that he eventually gave up being a dentist and played poker for a living.
I don't know who could play poker for a living.
Yeah. Huh, not me.
A pretty lady like this was a welcome sight in a western town where there might have been 10 men to every woman.
Dang.
Paintings such as this one were called Saturday night art because they were found in just about every drinking establishment. A cowboy or a miner might not see a real good-looking gal for weeks, but he'd sure see a picture of one at the saloon.
What's that thing?
Wyatt's resume was
What's
a
that
long
thing?
one.
Punching
Lawman,
bag.
Gambler,
Oh,
gunfighter,
I see, I
buffalo
see.
hunter, shotgun messenger. But the one occupation you might not have heard about was his work as a boxing referee. After his law career was over, Wyatt lived in San Francisco for a time in the 1890s. And one night he was brought in as a sort of a celebrity referee. Wyatt ended up deciding that the man who'd been knocked cold was the winner because the other fellow had pulled an unfair punch. That went over about as big as the alcohol prohibition movement did in the
Yeah, I
saloons.
bet.
I think that's it.
Oh. That's it for the hotel?
Yep.
Oh, they don't even show you the rooms.
Nope.
Huh.
Sorry, folks, this here door leads to the dressing room. You wouldn't want to disturb the ladies while they're dressing, would you? Partner, if you answer my question true, I have a silver dollar for you.
I think I got this one wrong.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
done wrong, fella.
Questionable clientele. No, dozen cages, I think was the right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We're at the theater gun shop.
Oh,
Let's go there next.
all right.
The gunsmith shop was where you could get your artillery fixed up. A repair might cost you 50 cents or so. The gunsmith could also make you a whole new talking iron. He could charge you a few bucks for a plain pistol, a bit more for a rifle, and $25 or more for an automatic
Whoa.
revolver. Wyatt Earp is remembered as a gunslinger and was said to carry a fancy custom-built persuader called a buntline special. But to date, there's no record of him ever having owned any pistol more elaborate than a mass-produced
Good.
Colt 45. And Wyatt's good friend in Tombstone, Mayor John Clum, recalled that Wyatt never fired a shot in town before the fateful OK Corral
Wow.
shootout. Wyatt preferred to just pistol whip his adversaries. Now, such slapping around caused a lot less bloodshed than actually firing your weapon. But it still might have sent Wyatt down to the gunsmith shop now and then to get some loose parts
Yeah.
tightened up.
There's not much to click on it.
Yeah. Can you even go in the shop?
No.
Oh.
Back in 1880, you may have paused for a spell to peer through this window and watch the gunsmith at work in his shop, for his was a fascinating business. Although gunsmithing is nearly a lost art now, it helped shape the Old West. People needed protection in those lawless days, and guns were just a part of getting by. But no small part, believe me. In fact, there's an old saying among Westerners, God did not make all men equal, Colonel Colt did. Colt's gun and others, the Remingtons, the Smith & Wessons, and the Winchesters, made hay of any pecking order. Actually, it was these companies with their mass-produced guns which ultimately made the gunsmith obsolete. But whatever the weapons maker, with a good gun in hand, the weak became strong, and the strong just cooked in the same kettle as the rest. They say the Earp brothers were fierce gunmen. Hard to say, because except for the OK Corral gunfight, the Earps reportedly never fired a single shot within Tombstone.
Or went
Barber.
to the barber.
To the barber.
Dentists in the Old West, like Doc Holliday, would advertise their services with a tooth-shaped sign like this. Most folks couldn't read, but everyone knew what the sign meant. Dentists advertised their work as painless.
Yeah, right.
But of course it was anything but. Pulling a tooth usually involved getting the patient drunk as a skunk. And there was many a dentist who joined their patients in the drinking.
Drunk dentist.
The barber pole symbol goes back to the days when bloodletting was one of the barber's main
Bloodletting.
jobs.
Yeah.
Opening up a vein was a primitive approach to healing the sick. And the sicker a person was, the longer they were allowed to bleed.
Oh, no.
The weakness a person felt after bleeding was taken for a sign that they were getting well. The pole's two spiraling ribbons represented the two long linen bandages that were wrapped around the patient's arm, one before bleeding them and the other afterwards.
Yeah, weren't leeches popular in the 18th century?
Yeah, they were popular for a
But
while.
their stubble's looking a bit long, partner.
I didn't know the
Care to step
barbers
into the
did that.
barbershop for a shave?
Yeah.
Oh, I would think go to the
The
doctor,
barber's
but
an interesting sort of jack of all trades. Might have been a part-time dentist in training, yikes, physician, mortician, palm reader, or just a plain good listener. Remember now that marriageable womenfolk were in short supply in every old western town. So the arrival of a new school teacher might send many a hard-boiled miner or cowpuncher scurrying down to the barbershop to spiff up a mite. Well, did you want to see the barber about them stray hairs now?
yeah, you got a few stray hairs.
Oh, come on.
Whoa, jeez.
Beards became fashionable in the West long before the rest of the country. You see, range riders didn't
Range
have to
rider.
shave
What's a range rider?
like gold miners. And they quickly discovered that a
cowboy?
few whiskers
Oh.
protected their
My
tender
man.
hide against
Home on the
sunburn,
range.
frostbite.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, who were they going to slick up for anyway? Their horses and their mules?
You know,
Well, I never heard them called range riders before. They're cowboys.
Posters like this were just one way that
Try-
barbers tried to persuade their customers
Sophoris.
to buy hair tonics. Another way was to talk
What
to
is
the
that?
The New York Times noticed this in a
Probably
1879
snake oil.
editorial called Barbers Terrorize Public. The barber's plan, they said, has always been to talk to that extent that any man would gladly buy a bottle of hair tonic in order to purchase a few moments peace. Besides hair tonics, barbershops sold perfumes like this here cologne. Both products were mostly made up of alcohol, which made the cowboys smell mighty fine. This little picture was here just to remind all the gents who they might be hoping to impress by getting themselves all spruced
A
up.
lady.
And Tombstone definitely had its share of ladies.
Boom, 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 boom.
boo, 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 boo. I picked up some keys.
Oh.
Boo.
To keep you from getting impatient between the time you hung up your hat here and the time you got your haircut, some barbers would hand out free cigars or even free mugs of beer. Made the time go
Don't
by
do
a
that
bunch
anymore.
faster.
Yeah, that would be kind of nice.
Yeah. They don't give you anything. They're just like, eh.
They give you looks.
Manufacturers of hair restorers, dyes, and shampoos often claim their products were based on secret Native American potions. They'd put a chief like this fella in the ads to help them make their point. It was good advertising because relatively few Indians were bald or gray-haired. Now, of course, that was a function of lucky genes and unlucky life
Yeah.
expectancy. It had nothing to do with them hair products, which were mostly worthless.
Snake oil.
Your snake oil.
Barbershops weren't open around the clock, but old Wyatt's favorite barber might well have been open for business 12 hours
Wow.
a day.
12 hours
plus
a day.
early Sunday morning before church. He had to be. Fellows would come in 3 or 4 days a week for a shave and to jawbone with their
Oh, wow.
pals.
Go to the barber 3 or 4 days a week.
One of the things atop this cabinet is a ceramic whiskey jug. In a frontier town's early days, barbershops and saloons were somewhat interchangeable. The saloon would usually be the first public building in town, and the barbershop would start out as a little curtained-off corner inside. Later, even after the barber got his own storefront, he might still serve whiskey as a
Yeah.
sideline.
Come get your hair cut and have a shot.
Yeah.
This cabinet held a bunch of stuff, including shaving soap. Williams Shaving Soap was advertised as stimulating the pores of your skin. But around the time old Wyatt's whiskers started turning gray, folks discovered that this wasn't necessarily such a great idea. You see, barbers were using the same razor for all their customers. So once your pores were opened up, the last fellow's germs could hop right in.
That's gross.
Yeah. I'm never letting anyone shave me ever.
Any barber chair Wyatt Earp sat in
I'll
probably
shave myself.
would have been shipped
Yeah.
out from the East in those days. The barber would have paid anywhere from around $20 for a basic model to $50 for a solid black walnut chair with plush upholstery. Each of these shaving mugs belonged to one of the barber's customers. Having a real spiffy mug on display here was considered a sign of status. And having a whole bunch of spiffy mugs sitting here was considered a real sign of status for the
I've
barber.
only got one spiffy mug.
Only one spiffy mug? You've got a lot of mugs.
In Wyatt's time,
A
there
beer
was no
mug.
such thing as a can of
Oh,
shaving cream.
that mug.
You had to make it
Yeah,
yourself.
I've just got one
Taking
spiffy
this
beer
brush
mug.
Yeah.
and stirring against a bar of shaving soap. And they weren't just looking for a clean shave. You see, the barber used this shaving brush to touch up the little curves in Wyatt's long handlebar mustache. That was a popular fashion at the time. Doc Holliday had one too. Now, Virgil and Morgan Earp preferred to wear droopy mustaches. In a way, haircutting was just incidental to the barbershop's real purpose, a place for male bonding to occur. While sitting in this barber chair, or just waiting for your turn, you rubbed elbows with all the local fellows, including the merchants and the bankers. If you were new in town, you might make a friend, find yourself a place to work, or board. If you were a trusted regular, someone might let you in on some investment opportunity.
That'd be lucky.
For your quarter, you could pick your style of haircut. And men of Wyatt's generation had some odd tastes. Some actually asked the barber to shave their
What?
foreheads because they thought it made them look more intelligent. Wyatt's friend John Clum, on the other hand, didn't have to pay to look like an egghead. He was going prematurely bald. Before he settled in as mayor of Tombstone, when he was a federal Indian agent, the local Apache called him Boss with a White Forehead.
That's good.
Yeah.
The straight razors of Wyatt Earp's shaving days took real skill to use. They were powerful sharp. In fact, this was a skill that few men wanted to master. Instead, they just pay a barber to shave them all pretty without cutting them up. For that service, 15 cents was
Wow.
considered a
Wow.
bargain.
Yeah, I'd be afraid of cutting my own throat.
Yeah.
If you answer my question right, I'll give you a shiny U.S. silver dollar.
Yeah,
All right. You got it.
I try. Oh, I don't know what building this is or where we're going next. So,
Welcome to the Express
the
Office.
express office.
Back in the 1860s, the stagecoach was a frontier town's main connection to the rest of the world. Even after the Transcontinental Railroad was completed in 1869, stage lines still carried people, mail, and gold back and forth from a town to the nearest train station.
Since stagecoaches were vulnerable out on the trail, highway robbery was a right
Oh,
popular
no.
pastime. While Wyatt Earp was deputy marshal of Tombstone, he rode shotgun on the Wells Fargo stages to protect them. It's said that
Oh,
no
Wells
stage
Fargo is an old
ever
company.
robbed while
Mhm.
Wyatt was on board. But of course, it was also said by folks like the Clantons that Wyatt planned the robberies of a few stages that he wasn't riding. Look around this office and at the stagecoach out on the street to learn more about the Stage Express.
So it's like a train station for stagecoaches?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stagecoaches travel about 8 miles an hour on the average. So, to cover the 2,000 miles between Missouri and California would have taken you nearly 3 weeks. You might have had to learn to walk all over again. It was a bumpy ride, too. So, you would have arrived lacking a certain amount of sleep.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
During violent labor troubles in the Southwest, Wells Fargo hired Wyatt Earp to guard one of their freight trains carrying several
Whoa.
$100,000. The fact that Wyatt was guarding the shipment was widely published, and the pay train went through without a scratch. I guess a man's reputation is all he needs.
Seems like at that time.
sometimes. Yuma, Arizona
Yuma.
had its origins as an army post on the banks of the
That's a weird name.
Colorado River called Fort
Yeah, we
Yuma.
stopped there in
Back
Oregon
the
Trail.
1850s,
Oh, we
the
did?
U.S.
Yeah.
Army was
Oh.
nervous about the Mormons declaring
I don't remember
independence
that.
from the Union. Looking for an easier way to supply their new military post, Fort Yuma, the government established a riverboat service on the Colorado River. They had an iron-hulled steamer built in Philadelphia, shipped it to San Francisco, and on to the mouth of the Colorado. This was the beginnings of the Colorado Steam Navigation Company, which supplied towns along the river in Arizona for the next 50
Whoa.
years.
That sounds like it was lucrative.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo opened its first office in San Francisco, California in 1852. They offered folks a reliable way to send money and treasure back east.
Treasure.
From overseas. They even
Cha-chow.
hired Wyatt to ride shotgun on their stages.
Arr.
In later years, Wyatt Earp lived
Puppy.
near San Francisco, and in yet another famous incident was called on to referee one of the most famous prize
Oh,
fights
man.
of the time. The fighters, Bob Fitzsimmons and Tom Sharkey, couldn't agree on a referee, and at the last moment, the promoters of the bout called in Wyatt. According to the Associated Press, when he stepped into the ring, the crowd of 20,000 howled for Earp.
He was a popular guy.
The town of Bisbee, Arizona, about 25 miles southeast of Tombstone, is also a mining town. It's more famous for its copper than silver, though. Now, Bisbee was just as tough as Tombstone. In fact, in 1883, 4 people, including a sheriff, were shot dead in what became known as the
Oh, my.
Bisbee
Oh, jeez.
Massacre. The murderers were eventually caught and brought to prison in Tombstone. One of them, John Heath, was the victim of the only lynching that ever took place in
The
Tombstone.
The only
Yes.
lynching. Wow.
Ew.
I would have
In
thought there would have
April
been
of
more.
1885, Wyatt traveled to El Paso, Texas. Once again, his reputation preceded him. When he got there, a fancy southern gentleman named William Rayner decided to show the town that he was tougher than Wyatt. In the Gem Saloon, Rayner walked down a row of patrons, slapping each of them in the face with his
Jeez.
gloves. No one wanted to fight. When he reached Wyatt, Earp looked him square in the eye and said, "Slap me and I'll show you a trick they don't know in Texas." Rayner decided that having a drink with the famous lawman was a smart
Yeah.
move.
Yep.
Step
All right.
right up, partner. Where you want to go? Tucson? El Paso? Stagecoaches were the primary means of getting from town to town in the Old West. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy traveling. Took 15 days and cost $300 to go from Omaha, Nebraska to Sacramento, California. The trips were so tough, people
Oh,
went
man.
insane. One fellow jumped off the stage in southern Arizona and ran off into
Why?
the desert, never to be seen again.
He sure did go insane.
Wanted posters were real popular back in the Old West, and there were plenty of them around for a guy like Black Bart. Now, Bart was actually a school teacher, and one day he was walking home, he saw a stage coming, and he recognized the driver as a friend of his. As a joke, he pulled a mask over his face, got a piece of wood shaped like a gun,
Uh-oh.
and held up the stage. The driver was so rattled that he threw down a strong box and
Whoa.
sped away. The box broke when it hit the ground, and Bart, realizing that this was easier work than being a school teacher, took the money and never looked back. He was finally arrested, though, 8 years later. Rumor has it that Wells Fargo paid him a pension of $200 a month, not to rob
Wow.
their stages. Now that's
Yeah.
easy work. Yes, sirree, Arizona territory. A whole lot of nothing but scorpions, mesquite, and desert. Ah, but it's what you don't see on the map that makes Arizona a rich piece of property. The hidden silver, gold, and copper.
Gold and silver. Silver and gold.
I didn't realize there was silver in Arizona.
Me either. I didn't realize there was copper. I figured they'd be mining
The
coal.
job of an
Yeah.
express office agent is never done, just like the job of Marshal Wyatt Earp. An agent would buy gold dust, forward and receive packages of every kind, fill out drafts for checks to be drawn on banks back east. They arrived early, and most days stayed past
Wow.
10 at night.
Boop, boop, boo.
Safes like this could be found in banks and express stations and were the favorite target of robbers. Fortunately, safe cracking hadn't yet become a precise art, so the easiest way to get into one was with the combination. However, desperados were usually in a hurry, and their favorite method was dynamite. Of course, sometimes they used a little too much. There's a great story of Butch Cassidy's robbery of a Union Pacific train. The guard on the train was stubborn and wouldn't let him in the baggage car, so they blew it up. And after the smoke cleared, they discovered that not only was the guard okay, but the safe was still
Oh, no.
intact. So they got more dynamite. Must have used just a little too much dynamite, though, because when the safe blew, there was paper money littered
Oh,
all
no.
over the tracks. Partner, a
Oh, I got
silver
this one
dollar
wrong.
is yours. If you can
San
answer my question
Francisco.
right.
What do you say?
I think Bisbee.
Oh, yeah, you were wrong.
Yep, here we go.
Yep.
Think fast, partner. I'm going to give you another chance.
All right, where to next?
Let's see.
Post office.
Post office. All right.
Now here's the post office. Or if you were one of the unlucky gunslingers who ended up on the wrong side of Wyatt Earp's 45, the dead letter office. Getting mail would always be a thrill in those days because the post was your only link with your family and loved ones, back east or back in Europe. You had to be mighty patient, though. Till the railroad came through in '69, a letter would routinely take weeks to cross the country. Sometimes it'd take 6
Wow.
months or more. Everything in there would be old news by the time you read it, but you'd be mighty happy to read it all the same. Well, I got to go pick up some mail, but why don't you look around?
6 months.
Still didn't do the hat.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on to your mail now.
Another
Don't want it
spittoon.
falling in that
Yeah.
there spittoon. You see, the spittoon was a fairly common sight in Wyatt's day. Gentlemen, and sometimes ladies, who partook in chewing tobacco needed a place to spit. To discourage them from using the floor, spittoons were left lying
People were
around as a
disgusting.
kind of a
Yeah.
trash receptacle. I believe this spittoon's getting a little full. Now, who'd like to empty it out?
Like, what do people do at home? Do they just spit on the
Packing
floor at the
trunks had to
home?
be sturdy
At
in the old
home?
days. They
Or
took
did
a
they have their
licking,
own
just like the
spittoons?
mail did. At
But why
first,
would
the
you
mail
spit on the
traveled by
floor of the
ship,
post
with a short
office?
I don't
jog
know.
across Panama thrown in for excitement. Then stagecoaches
Or any
were
other
used,
business,
cut the
really.
time to
Yeah.
a mere 25 days. The Pony Express was created for
Bum, ba-dum,
speedier
ba-dum,
delivery,
bum, bum.
but the completion of the transcontinental telegraph made important news deliverable much quicker.
Beep, 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 beep.
If you had a business to trumpet or an outlaw to catch, you could go down to the newspaper office and get a notice printed up. Posters of all kinds were pasted up around town. In the old days, shopkeepers relied on old-fashioned
Whoa,
adding
that's crazy
machines
looking.
and abacuses to do their brain work. Tell you the truth, I kind of preferred them to your newfangled contraptions. Many a miner sent a portion of his earnings back home, wherever that was. To protect these valuables going through the mail, the post office started registering parcels for a small fee, recording each transaction
Wow.
by hand in ledger. Why, the mail service, like the Wild West, was getting downright civilized.
Well,
Yeah.
early package tracking.
Yeah.
Back in Wyatt Earp's day, a letter was carefully composed and thoughtfully written long before it ever reached its final mail slot
Not
destination.
anymore.
In
Yeah.
fact, historians have learned a lot
Tap, tap,
about what
tap,
the
tap,
West
tap,
was really
send.
like from
Yep.
studying those old letters. and
Oh
journals.
no, I shouldn't have said that. Ah!
Oh, jeez. You scared me.
Oh, sorry.
The father of the U.S. Postal
Oh, my
Service
goodness.
was Benjamin Franklin. That fellow did so many things. He
The
could make
hit
you feel
shake
downright
ghost
lazy.
storage scared me.
For his efforts, he was rewarded by being the first person on a 5-cent stamp. The 10-cent stamp honor went to George Washington. Which one will you be wanting today?
Back in Wyatt Earp's day, a letter was carefully
Yeah, we heard that.
said that already.
Not much left to click on, I don't think.
No, doesn't seem like it.
The old-time postage rates were based on the distance the letter had to go, its weight, and even the number of pages. Imagine having to consult with this here wall map in order to know how much
Oh,
to
boy.
charge.
Hey, that'd be annoying.
Yeah.
Postage is already annoying.
The
Yeah.
men who worked out there in the mining camps usually came from another state or even another country. They were far from home and often lonely. Even with the advances in the mail service, it seemed excruciatingly slow to a man separated from his loved ones by 1,000 miles or more. Those who were there said that every pick was dropped when the mail was delivered.
I believe that.
One of the West's most colorful outlaws
Black
was Black
Bart.
Bart.
Black
Legend
Bart.
has it that he began as a
Ay, caramba.
mild-mannered schoolmaster from New York. Around 1875, he moved to California and found himself as Black Bart, the masked stagecoach bandit. Even so, this man never lost his dignity. He never shot anyone. His shotgun wasn't even
Oh.
loaded. And after emptying a treasure box, he'd leave behind a scrap of verse signed Black Bart, the Poet. Now, Wells Fargo's chief detective actually admired these rhymes and often had them included on the company's wanted posters.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, another
Go on to your mail
spittoon.
now.
Ew.
The one falling in that there spittoon. You see, the spittoon was a fairly common sight.
Yeah, you
once.
told us.
In the old
Oh, yeah.
days, shopkeepers relied.
I think that's it.
Yep.
Before the telegraph was introduced in 1861, the latest news came through the mail, often ending up in the local newspaper for all the town to read. In fact, the fastest recorded Pony Express run, 7 days, 17 hours, carried the news of Lincoln's inaugural address from Missouri to California.
Missouri.
Missouri.
The mail wasn't just used for personal letters. It opened up all kinds of opportunities for someone living in a small town. They could take a correspondence course, join a Book of the Month club, or order goods not available at the general store. Out-of-town newspapers also came through the mail, giving people in a territory like Arizona an idea of what was going on in the rest of the country.
Oh, you could order a newspaper for another town.
That was probably nifty.
Yeah.
Know what's going on in other communities.
Yeah.
Now, Wyatt was a man of few words. He didn't do a lot of talking, and he didn't do a lot of letter writing. But he did, on occasion, receive an interesting message. Some folks say that the mayor of Dodge, one George Hoover, sent a telegram to Wyatt during his stint as a lawman in Wichita. The note said, "You cleaned up Wichita, come on over and clean up Dodge." Of course, like other parts of the Earp legend, no one really knows what's true and what was invented by the folks in Hollywood.
Get out of Dodge.
It's a long letter.
Sure is.
Some interesting handwriting, too.
Yeah. Keeps going and going.
You have to...
Wow. Wonder how many pages it was.
Considering, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 8 or 10 pages.
Yeah.
Sounds like when people wrote, they...
They wrote.
Oh, look, he wrote up along the side.
Oh, wow. He even wrote a PS. After all that, oh yeah, I got more to say.
Let's get out of here.
If you answer my question right, I'll give you a shiny U.S.
I got
silver
this
dollar.
wrong, I think.
Oh,
I know it's supposed to be a poem. Yeah,
yep.
You had better get back inside and take a
I
good
clicked
look
on
around.
Silver Bullet. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either.
The mayhem of western towns was kept in check by local ordinances requiring cowpunchers to check their guns when they arrived.
Cowpunchers?
So fights
What's a
were
cowpuncher?
most often contests with
They walk around and
fists
punch
or
cows?
long knives. When a cowpuncher checked his guns with a clerk
Is that really
or
what they did?
bartender, he received a ticket with which to claim his weapons when he was ready
Okay.
to
And
leave
listen.
town. If he didn't
And
check
learn.
it, he could land in jail. The interior of an Old West jail may have been plain, like the one through
is that
this
why they went
barred
to
window.
jail?
The jailbreaks
We're
were
at
often
the
colorful.
jail.
In 1877,
Yes.
at Fort Griffin, Doc Holliday slit open the belly of a gambler named Ed
Ah.
Bailey and was taken to the local jail. Doc's girlfriend, Kate Elder, realized a lynch mob was forming and decided to break Doc out of jail. She set fire to a makeshift barn, and when the whole town went to see the
Oh,
blaze,
dang.
including 2 or 3 officers guarding the jail, Kate walked into the jail and got old Doc out. That night,
Whoa,
Kate and Doc
that was pretty
hid in the
cool.
willows. And the next day,
Would you
they
burn
rode to
down a
Dodge City.
barn to
Doc
break me out of
Holliday
prison?
felt the
Probably
depth of
not.
Kate from that
Mm.
day
Well, I
on.
probably wouldn't think about it.
The people on these posters were
I mean, I
fair
would if I
game
thought
for
about it.
anyone who wanted to try and apprehend them. And often the law wasn't particular about whether a man was brought to justice dead or alive. Bounty hunters were a common sight in the Old West. It was a dangerous occupation that attracted ex-soldiers, former lawmen, anyone who was willing to live by his wits and his gun for the chance of a reward. Many men, perhaps Wyatt Earp, walked on both sides of the law, committing crimes or keeping the peace, as it suited them. The interior of an Old West jail may have been plain, like the
Yeah, we heard that.
Yep.
Let's go inside.
For many Western lawmen,
Will they let you
wearing
go
a
inside?
badge didn't interfere with maintaining
he
a
just-
profitable, parallel career as an outlaw. In fact,
Yeah,
some
it turned into a
towns
triangle
deliberately
as I hovered
hired
over the
an
door and I
infamous
clicked.
gunslinger
Oh,
as
I
their
see.
sheriff, on the assumption that he could intimidate lesser troublemakers into behaving themselves.
Well, let's go inside. Oh, there we are.
Your lawman's
Wow.
job wasn't really all that glamorous, nor was his salary very high. But the fringe benefits were great. The job was a real fine springboard into politics if you were so inclined. Also, a sheriff got to keep a percentage of all the taxes he collected.
The
and
sheriff
that could amount
collected
to quite a
taxes?
bit in boom towns.
Yep.
For example, Wyatt Earp's longtime rival, Sheriff Johnny Behan, was said to pull in some $40,000 a year that
Whoa,
way.
that's a lot of money.
And every one of them dollars went a long way in 1881.
1881, 40,000 a year.
For the most
Jeez,
part,
that's a
folks
lot.
used potbelly stoves to keep public buildings like hotels, depots, stores, and, yep, even jails warm. A big stack of wanted posters like this was a common sight just about anywhere you looked in 1880s America, but especially in the rough and tumble western states. If a sheriff or marshal wanted to put out a reward on a man or woman, he'd usually contact the folks at the local newspaper office, who did double duty by printing things like wanted posters and official documents on their presses. In order to join the likes of Jesse James, Black Bart, and Billy the Kid on a wanted poster, you had to commit a pretty serious crime, like stagecoach robbing, cattle rustling, or murder.
Murder.
Murder. Murder. Murder.
A good lantern came in real handy,
A lantern.
especially when you had a house full of drunks, horse thieves, and hooligans. If the lights went out, who knows what they'd try.
That's true.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Kissy kissy.
Is it murderers? Do you think they're kissing each other?
Well, they said when the lights went out, you never know what would happen.
Don't think that's what he meant. Oh, another long letter.
Yeah, they have a lot of fun stuff you can scroll through
Oh.
and read.
Concentrating on paperwork and keeping a ledger like this one usually fell on the shoulders of the sheriff. The sheriff would keep records of reimbursements due to him by the county in these ledgers as well. Daily work of a sheriff included inspecting horse brands, looking for stray livestock, and occasionally serving arrest warrants. Wyatt Earp once said, "Folks think being a lawman
Excuse me.
is all shooting and running fast horses after desperados.
Desperados.
Desperado.
Usually about as exciting as watching your dog sleep in the noonday sun."
Annabelle doesn't sleep in the noonday sun.
No, she's in puppies.
These skeleton keys were a common sight just about everywhere, including jails in the 1880s. The locks they fit were simple. So simple, in fact, that they could be opened with a variety of objects other than their key. That's why jailers had to search their prisoners very thoroughly before they put them in their cell, because the cell lock could be picked and opened with just about anything they had in their pockets. Of course,
Those weren't very good
sometimes the
locks
keys
then.
were used to keep the bad
Nope.
guys out instead of in. Like the time one Tombstone newspaper editor was fined for contempt of court, but took jail time instead, just to prove a point. He edited his newspaper from his cell and greatly enjoyed all the publicity it gave him. After a few weeks, his friends came and bailed him out, but the editor refused to leave.
Early work from home.
Finally,
Yep.
the sheriff had to throw
Early
him
work
out,
from home.
lock the
Except
jail
work
door
from
to
prison.
prevent his
Yep.
return.
This music got weird. It's kind of like,
Sell music.
aw.
Besides
Yeah.
gossip,
Is when we walked in the
newspapers were just
prison.
about
Well,
the
yeah, I mean,
only
the
source
music
of
in the prison is
information for
weird.
both lawmen
It's
and
like
ordinary
rock
folk
music,
in the
but
Old
like
West. It was
Old
in the
West
newspaper that
rock
you could
music.
find information about what was happening in town, who did what to whom,
In 1994.
who had gotten arrested lately. In one typical month in Tombstone, Virgil Earp and his deputies arrested about 48
Wow.
people. 18 arrests were for charges of being drunk and disorderly, while 14 were for disturbing the peace. Only 8 arrests involved violence of any sort.
Huh.
Kind of less than you might have thought.
Yeah.
The rest of the crimes were for deeds like petty theft and reckless buggy
Yeah,
driving.
reckless boogie driving.
Yeah, unlike Hollywood would have you believe, it wasn't a whole lot of gunslinging.
Go to the railroad.
Cool your horses, we'll get there.
Oh,
With all the papers he handled, a sheriff needed a good paperweight to hold them all down. Because if he wasn't dealing with paperwork in his own county, he was dealing with paperwork created by other sheriffs in other counties. For example, after the OK Corral gunfight, Morgan Earp got murdered. So Wyatt and Doc Holliday went out for revenge, killing Frank Stillwell, the man they believed to be responsible at the Tucson train station.
Yikes.
Now, the law didn't much like that, so Wyatt and Doc hightailed it out of there, and Doc went to Colorado. Well, Arizona tried to get Colorado to send Doc, or John Henry Holliday, back so he could face charges of murder in the first degree. Colorado didn't send him back, but jailed him for 15 days instead, while Doc's friends in high places did some fancy footwork and got him free.
he got lucky.
After all that, the sheriff in Arizona had to pay Colorado $20 for Doc's jail time.
What?
What else can we click on? I think we clicked on everything.
I think so.
Ah!
Oh, there he is. I was just wondering when it was going to pop
Trying to
up.
keep things calm in Tombstone, Virgil and Wyatt Earp decreed that folks should not carry guns in town. All the parties were supposed to deposit their firearms at the sheriff's office. Now, this was in theory. In practice, no one did. In fact, the Earp brothers' first recorded attempt to enforce this law was the final challenge that started those bullets flying at the OK Corral.
Oh. There's a rope.
It took
Oh.
a special kind of rope
Oh,
to hang
man.
a person right.
That's
Most
not what I
proper
was hoping to
hangings
see.
used
That's
made
not a
from
good rope.
hand-woven hemp rope. This rope was well oiled to strengthen the rope and ensure that it would stretch and not break when its victim's full weight fell on it. Rifles were a popular choice for the lawmen
That's a lot of
trying
rifles.
to hunt down fugitive
I thought it was a
criminals.
drain
The
at
longer
first.
the metal barrel, the more accurately you can shoot. The inside of the barrel has
Oops.
spiral grooves cut into it, which helps the bullet
Rifle
shoot
is-
straight. In fact,
doesn't
the
look
word
anything like
rifle
a
comes
train.
from the
No,
French
no,
word
drain,
rifle,
drain.
which
Drain.
means
The way
to
that they
scrape or
were
scratch.
arranged in a circle, it looked like a drain.
Yeah, but it's just a poster.
The lawman didn't have to have a fancy
Oh.
diploma to get a job in law
I didn't-
enforcement. You see, criminals were much more impressed by brawn than brains. Lawmen like the Earps occasionally received requests for help from sheriffs in neighboring areas
help
who'd
me.
wire something like Outlaw Curly Bill
Curly
escaped
Bill?
from Tucson. Stop. Headed east toward Huachuca Mountains. Stop. Please intercept. Wyatt might not know where the Huachuca Mountains were, but this map would sure tell him.
Yeah, a map would tell you.
You'd keep a pitcher and wash
Hey.
basin around for washing your face and body. It was a simple operation. The pitcher was kept full of clean water, which you poured into the basin. Then you used your hands to scoop
Would
water
you like
out
a
of the
Ricola?
basin and splash it on your face. Bottles like this were often filled with ink. Paperwork
Oh.
and bureaucracy was a major part of a lawman's job.
I didn't
The
think that
county
was an ink
purchasing
bottle. I
agent
thought that was
often
like
bought
a
ink by the gallon.
alcohol bottle.
The sheriff's job was a good start for a man interested in politics, and some men used it to become rich. William Breckenridge, the Cochise County deputy sheriff, claimed the post was worth $40,000 a year, as the sheriff was allowed 10% of tax collections.
Whoa.
Man, sheriff got rich.
Yep. Jail cell does not look cozy.
Nope. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else to click on. But I got the jail cell keys, so I'm trying to look where to click on them to open up the jail cell.
Many men gazed from this window as a gallows was being built to hang them. Hanging was a common means of execution in the Old West, and people were hung from trees, bridges, and lampposts. In Tombstone, men were often hung from the crosspiece of a telegraph pole. It took skill to tie a knot that would break a man's neck when he was dropped from a gallows. Often the men being hanged were choked to death, or were, in a few cases, decapitated.
Oh my.
Decapitated.
We're gonna hang you, but most likely you're gonna choke or be decapitated.
Yeah. I never heard of people's heads coming off. Man.
I think that's it. Ah,
Oh, there you go.
This man was arrested for breaking up the Cantina Saloon while drunk. Drunkenness was the most common reason men and women were arrested in the
Huh.
West.
Well, guess there wasn't a whole lot else to do but drink.
nope. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's it for the jail.
Your reward's a silver dollar for the right answer to my question.
I forget if I got this right or not. Being drunk and disorderly.
All right.
All right.
Where are we going?
Bank.
Oh, the bank.
See the triangle? That
No.
means you
Oh,
go in through
I
the...
see.
Besides getting robbed from time to time, banks of the Old West performed a number of duties. For example,
Duties.
gold miners wanted to exchange their gold dust for U.S. currency.
Yep.
Since that dust was even easier to rob
Duties.
than the bank was. So, in towns without an assay office, the bank would trade you your cash for your gold dust.
Oh,
A town's bank would also
Duties
control
from
much
the
of its real
assay
estate
office.
holdings, either by way of mortgage loans or through some form of trust. It would be the dispatch and delivery point for stagecoaches carrying trunks of gold, silver, and banknotes. And given how popular it was to rob them stagecoaches, a rare recreational opportunity in the cultural disadvantaged West, a bank would often be the one to put up the reward for capturing a notorious robber, murder, or other desperado.
Oh, wow.
So,
Oh.
take a look around the bank, but don't get any ideas
so it wasn't the
now.
lawman who gave the reward, it was the bank.
Yeah, suppose... So if you were in a small town that maybe didn't have a bank or had a tiny
In
bank,
a ledger
Yeah.
like this one, bankers kept
Could you get
accurate
away with
records of
stuff
how much
and
gold or silver the
not
bank
have
bought from the
ransoms
local
put up for
miners.
you?
They'd weigh the
Maybe.
diggings, recording the weight and
Or
value
not
of the ledger.
ransoms,
Then
rewards.
Rewards,
they'd
yeah.
give the miners either cash or a bill of exchange, what I like calling an IOU.
Fit.
The miners would send these IOUs to family or loved ones back
Huh.
east or in Europe. Once an IOU arrived, it could be exchanged for cash. The banks made a lot of money off these transactions by controlling the value of the stuff, and there was nothing a miner could do about it.
Oh, man.
pretty plain wall.
Yep. Newspaper.
The tombstone epitaph.
Oh, they're not going to talk about it. Wow, it's really silent.
Yeah, that's called a software bug.
No.
I don't go through
Sorry,
everything in the
partner.
game.
These here are confidential bank documents.
There's actually
Afraid I
some
can't
stuff
let you
that I
see 'em.
miss.
Oh,
Trade secrets, you know? This ledger was used to keep track of the money people had been saving in this bank. This made things a lot easier on the local merchants, because before the banks were holding your money, merchants were once expected to accept and store money. This made them
What?
quite a target for being robbed. These are records from a local business that was loaned money by this bank.
Oh yeah, notice how the music stopped.
yeah.
This embossing machine helped
it's
protect bank
quiet.
checks against forgery. It printed the amount onto the check's surface while also embossing or pressing the numbers right into the check. That way, people could make sure it was authentic just by feel. Now, machines weren't used on all financial documents of the time, so forgery was a real problem. One Arizona outlaw faked some documents that gave him claim to 11 million acres of land.
Whoa.
His gambit was foiled when the newspaper reporter caught wind of
That's
it.
a lot of land.
Catch me if you
In Wyatt
can.
Earp's day,
Yeah.
copied documents like these were written out longhand or picked out on them newfangled typing machines. But every
Typing machines.
transaction was written down, and everything written down was copied. At least that's how it was done when the banks were honest.
Uh-oh, crooked banks.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Well,
This
Nope.
stack contains money orders, first introduced in 1864
Money orders.
during the Civil War. They provided a way for Union soldiers and their families to send funds back and forth through the mail without the risk of sending paper money that anyone could steal. The average amount of money order sent that first year was $5.18.
oh,
That's not
that's what
much.
money orders were for.
Yeah. Makes sense. Do, 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 do. Oh,
Many people thought Wyatt Earp was a mighty fine man for upholding the law, but others say he did it for the money. You see, he received a share of all the tax money that he collected from those citizens who didn't want to pay. And he made quite a bit at times. He probably handed it over to the local banker to put in a vault like this.
Sorry, partner. You can't open this here vault unless you have the combination. Now, keep looking. It's somewhere around town.
I don't think I ever found it.
Oh,
Western bankers were sometimes suspected of having cold hearts, but that didn't mean that they wanted blue knuckles to go with them. The banker might have stoked up this stove to get you to warm to the interest rate he was offering, or maybe just to make his customers more comfortable. President Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, was assassinated when Wyatt Earp was just a young man of 17.
Wow.
Lincoln is remembered for bringing America into the modern world by freeing the Southern slaves in 1863. And of course, he led the Union side to victory in the Civil War. Honest Abe, they called him. And he was so loved by our country that a national holiday was set aside in his honor.
Dun, 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 dun.
Some things never change, like bankers accounting for every little thing. Sure, the banks controlled the money in everyone's pocket, but they also had fingers in other pies, like the real estate listed in this ledger. Banks were also safe resting spots for more than a few civic documents as well. Back in the vaults, you'd find the town charter and all its property maps. Everyone trusted banks to help them buy property, by helping them get mortgage loans or maybe giving them credit. A handshake. Mostly, the banks worked mighty hard to serve the townsfolk and safeguard their hard-earned money.
The banks were helpful.
This is a pile of loans waiting for the bank manager's approval.
There was a
Some of
time
the things a person wanted to do would
that I
require
think
starting
that
up money.
people
whether
were
the
more
enterprise
helpful than
was
they are
honest or
today.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were not so much concerned about money
Yeah.
as they were just pure survival.
Yeah.
A banker might be one of the few folks who had a college diploma like this one. But things were changing back in the East, changes that would eventually make it West. You see, America's new industrial fortunes were getting plowed into founding new universities, which were turning out a whole mess of new graduates. By 1870, America had more colleges, law, and medical schools than all the countries of Europe.
Whoa, that's a lot.
A banker might be one of the few folks
Nope,
who
we
had
just heard that.
Yep, I think that's just about everything.
Though Wyatt Earp and others like him were helping keep things a bit wild out here, America's economy was being tamed and modernized by paperwork. Earlier in
paperwork.
the 19th century, barter
I
had
know,
been the country's
paperwork.
most
It's
common
the
means of
worst.
exchange. But by Earp's time, it had
So
given way
was
to
paperwork.
national currency, banknotes, bills of exchange,
Chandler
checks,
knows about
and
paperwork.
investment certificates like these. Just plain old paper, but worth its weight in gold. This embossing machine helped protect bank checks against forgery. It printed the amount onto the check's surface while also embossing or pressing the numbers right into the check. That way, people could make sure it was authentic just by feel. Now, machines weren't used on all financial documents.
I think you're authentic.
I think I am too.
Partner, if you answer my question true, I have a silver dollar for you.
Lottery tickets.
Yeah.
All right, where to next? You're at the bank, now the courthouse.
Oh, the courthouse. I thought we would have gone there after the jail.
You've always heard that frontier justice is tough.
We're
Once
going
Wyatt
down-
Earp had
okay,
to break up
whatever.
a fight between a judge and a defense attorney. While you're here, have a look-see. At the desk of any law person, you might find petitions such as these,
Ooh.
which were from Tombstone. Feel free to browse at your leisure.
Yeah, some old court documents.
Yeah.
Courthouses weren't always so pretty, but in the Wild West, a nice building was often a symbol of stability. Still, outlaws like to burn them down.
Jeez,
Sometimes
outlaws.
to destroy evidence, but most often just out of plain cussedness. And as far as the judges were concerned, many of them were drunkards or eccentrics who could barely read or write. There was even one judge who used to keep a mail order catalog on his bench. When it came time to pick a fine, he opened up that catalog and said, $4.88.
Huh.
When the defendant protested, his lawyer said, be thankful he opened it at pants instead of piano.
Oh, the Sears
Here's
catalog.
the courthouse, partner. Catch it while you can. A western town might have been around for years before it even built a courthouse. So circuit judges would often have to hear their cases in the same saloons where the original indiscretion had begun. Talk about a full-service establishment. Then there was the quality of them judges. Well, you'll find out more about them here. I seem to recall that in Tombstone there was a notoriously hard-drinking lawyer named Alan English. Once when he appeared in court drunk, a judge fined him $25 for contempt of court.
That's a lot.
Your Honor, said English, $25 wouldn't pay for half the contempt I have for this court. Well, partner, I believe your case is up next.
Yep, and that's all there is for the courthouse.
Oh, you can't go in?
Nope.
Oh,
Next, we're going to the firehouse.
ooh, firehouse.
It's a little known
That's fun.
fact that Wyatt, even while he was a lawman, was also the secretary and charter member of a Tombstone volunteer fire company. But, in spite of the best efforts of the townsfolk, Tombstone burned to the ground not once, but twice.
Jeez, that's unlucky.
Mm-hmm.
Belonging to a volunteer fire brigade in the Old West carried a lot of prestige. Everyone wanted to join. As a matter of fact, in Tombstone, they had not one but 3 brigades.
Whoa, 3
Every time there was a
brigades.
fire, the
And they
volunteers
still burnt
raced to
down
be the first
twice.
to the
Yep.
blaze. That's why only the fastest and strongest individuals were allowed to be volunteers. And instead of getting paid, volunteer firemen had to pay dues to
Wow.
belong.
Wow.
You had to pay dues in order to be able to fight fires.
Fire alarms were non-existent.
Volunteer
in the early days of the
firefighter.
Yeah.
frontier. To signal a fire in town, people would lean out the window and fire 3 pistol shots in rapid succession. Of course, in a gun-happy town like Tombstone, it was sometimes hard to tell the fire alarm from a friendly disagreement. Eventually, to the relief of the town's better citizens, bells and steam whistles replaced gunfire.
That's smart.
Bet you won't believe this one. John Clum, Tombstone's mayor, went to New York to buy one of those newfangled fire engines. On his way home, he spotted smoke coming from Tombstone.
Uh-oh.
And always thinking of ways to get folks to come to town, he tried to convince his fellow passengers that they had a live volcano in Tombstone.
Where are we at?
I don't know. Looks like
Your
another
newspaper
cantina.
would be one of the first
Oh.
businesses
Oh.
to appear in any old West town.
Print
In
shop.
fact, sometimes the newspaper appeared before
Newspaper
the
office.
town. You
Oh.
see, the local investors would hire themselves a newspaper editor to praise their new town's virtues to potential settlers from back east. Now, since these
Come to our
editors knew where
town!
their
Come to
interests
our
lay,
town!
they
It's the
seldom let
best!
the facts get in the way of a good story. For instance, when Wyatt Earp was making headlines in Tombstone, the city had 2 papers. The Nugget was partial to Sheriff Johnny Behan and regularly made Wyatt out to look bad. But the Epitaph was owned by Mayor John Clum, Wyatt's ally and his lifelong friend, and it always mentioned what a good job Wyatt was doing. So, to get at the truth, you kind of had to read between the lines.
Are you reading between the lines?
The
Yeah.
writers and the editors who came through this door might not have had credentials, but they certainly had a flair for the language. The Tombstone Epitaph's first editorial declared that Tombstone is a city set upon a hill, promising to vie with ancient Rome upon her 7 hills, in a fame different in character, but no less in importance. Whew. Wonder if that writer got overcome by the ink fumes.
Man, these old articles are like novels.
Yeah. Nothing like the ones
Some say
today.
that the town founder, Ed Schifflin, proposed the name for the Tombstone's first newspaper, the Epitaph. The editor didn't like it. Epitaphs are usually mere chiseled lies, is what he said. Well, Ed Schifflin replied, they tell the truth about as often as the newspapers. He had a point there, so the name stuck. The Tombstone Epitaph is still published to this
Whoa,
very day.
it's still being published. That's cool. Wait, Tombstone's
The
still a
Earps and
town?
the Clantons weren't the only ones in Tombstone cooking up a feud.
Maybe in his
The
ghost
editors of the
town.
various
Let's see.
newspapers had a
Actually,
hard
you know what?
time
I don't know,
stomaching
to be
each other's
completely
early
honest.
prose. In 1882,
I thought it was more like a ghost
couple of
town, just a
editors came
touristy
close to
place.
having an old-fashioned duel over their differences. They called it off, though. I guess the local boys had to find some other entertainment that day.
Yep.
Huh.
Tombstone Epitaph is still publishing,
Welcome
according
to
to
the railroad station and
GoArizona.com.
telegraph
Wow.
office. Your train might be coming in at any minute.
Train
Oh, in
station.
case some of you 21st century buckaroos have never seen a train, it was a large device for conveying people, freight, and livestock over long distances in a land with no freeways. We have an actual train sitting here in town.
I think you like
Be
trains
sure
a
to
little
check it
bit.
out.
Just a little bit.
Now, railroads helped to create the Old West of legend, and they helped to destroy it. They created many towns, such as Wyatt Earp's rip-roaring Dodge City, where the trains met the Texas cattle drives. But the railroad also ended the native tribes' freedom to roam, and it began a buffalo hunting stampede that drove the bison near to extinction.
Oh, no.
Rail trains
No.
also put an end to the long-distance stagecoach. Finally,
Well,
once
that
the
might be a good
railroads
thing.
provided regular transportation to the east, frontier towns began to lose the isolation that had let them be so wild and so colorful. So, look around, but be careful. You might find yourself buying a ticket from the Old West back to the future.
Ha ha ha.
I'm going to Yemen.
Hey, there's some old music back
Towns
again.
like Tombstone were so intrigued with the Eastern visitors that if you didn't make it to the station to see them, you could read about them in the local newspaper. You see, the papers got information from the hotel registers and printed a list of all the dudes, soaplocks, and other Jonathans who were
seems
passing through
wrong.
town.
Yeah.
There's all the place
privacy.
staying at our all the people staying at our hotel.
Yeah.
This suitcase held the few belongings of an orphan. There were countless orphans in the eastern cities during the last half of the 19th century, victims of the accidents and diseases which
Oh,
claimed
my.
the lives of their
Jeez.
parents. The more progressive people in the East occasionally made attempts to resettle the orphans. One New York charity claimed to have brought more than 90,000 youngsters to new homes in the West.
Or did they just dump them?
The contents of a man's luggage told the story of his life. For example, if these belonged to a gambler, you'd probably find fancy clothes, a derringer or two, and a few packs of playing cards. A deck of cards was called a railroad Bible, and the games like poker were standard diversions as people crossed the West by train. Card sharps were everywhere, and more than 300 were said to be on the Union Pacific system alone. Conductors tried to steer passengers away from the crooked gamblers and warned the card sharps to stop their trade or risk being shot.
Whoa, that's a steep price.
Yeah.
The rails were used by tourists, businessmen, traveling salesmen, and anyone else who could afford to travel. And a counter like this is where they bought their tickets. It cost $173 to get from one end of the country to the other.
Oh, wow,
And
that's
Eastern
cheap.
tourists saw things that they'd only read about in dime novels. Prospectors and Indians, cactus and
Yeah, but
buffalo.
wouldn't that be like
Stuff
$1,000?
you
Alright, so that would be a
didn't
lot
often
of money
run
back
across in
then.
New York City.
Oops.
Cash registers came into use around the 1880s. They were affectionately known as thief catchers because a bell rang whenever a clerk opened the drawer, making it a bit harder for unscrupulous workers to dip into the till.
Huh. So that's why they go ding.
Yeah.
You might think the newspapers of the Old West, like this one, only carried local news, but the Telegraph allowed stories from Washington or New York to appear in the West almost as fast as they were printed in the Eastern papers. In smaller towns, people counted on the newspaper to announce those local events. And in a town near the camp of a company building the railroad, one of the biggest events was a prize fight. Wyatt Earp was a skilled boxer and often fought for money when he worked those railroad camps of Wyoming in 1868.
He had a lot of side jobs.
I suppose he had to survive in the Old West.
Yeah. Like, so you do now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Railroad
There he
lines
goes.
and telegraph lines were often laid out at the same time. In fact, in a number of western towns like ours, the train station and the telegraph office were the same place. You see,
Sure.
them telegraph lines help distant train stations control their rail traffic safely. This was because electricity moves faster than trains. Faster than bandits, too. In fact, the coming of the telegraph helped put western outlaws out of business.
Oh,
Speedy Horse might outrun the local marshal, but it couldn't beat that telegraph signal. So neighboring towns would be warned all about you before you
Yeah.
even arrive.
There's a robber.
Wanted posters like these were a common sight at the railroad stations of the West, but they didn't just advertise the faces of local criminals. News about robberies or murders committed in other parts of the territory spread quickly along the telegraph wires, and deputy marshals carried wanted posters in their saddlebags as they traveled through the territory. You can learn more about wanted posters at the sheriff's office.
We've already been there.
Yeah.
Although Samuel Morse invented the telegraph in 1837, it wasn't used to control trains until 1851.
Wow.
And it greatly improved train travel. For the first time, stations from all points along the route could contact each other and report track conditions or scheduling changes. In smaller towns,
Warning,
the
warning,
telegrapher
track
doubled
out.
as the station agent who sold tickets and handled baggage as well.
What's that thing?
The station agent used a ledger like this to record injuries received by passengers and train workers along the track in the station's jurisdiction. Everything from bruised arms to crushed bodies
Jeez.
is required by federal law. I wonder if the death of Frank Stillwell was recorded in a ledger like this.
Who is
after
that?
He was killed by the Earps,
Oh.
train station in Tucson.
We already saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all connected.
This clever device passed sacks of mail to the trains that weren't stopping at the station. The mail was put into a sack and hoisted up to the top of a crane from which it hung like a body on a gallows. A hook on the side of the train scooped up the sack as the train sped by and was reeled in by a clerk in the mail car. Stop by the post office to find out about another kind of mail service. The person who packed a Saratoga trunk like this might be traveling from the east in search of a new home. Thousands traveled westward, encouraged by the railroads to take up life as farmers on land along the railroad right-of-way, land that had extended for miles on either side of the tracks. The railroads charged the new farmers little for this land, expecting to earn a profit by shipping supplies. All too often, though, the land was ill-suited for farming, and there were stories of railroad companies who billed farmers for the land in later years at excessive prices.
Yikes.
That looks like a wacky wavy flailing
Yeah.
flailing
Packages
inflatable tube
like these
man.
often contained mail order merchandise from places like Sears Roebuck and Montgomery Ward.
Sears
filled with
Roebuck.
things that people couldn't find at the
Montgomery
local
Ward.
stores. A Western lady might send away for a fancy
Are they
Eastern
around
style
anymore?
dress, while a
Montgomery
farmer might
Ward?
order
Yeah.
I don't think
tools that he
so.
couldn't get from the local blacksmith.
Neither is
Catalog
Sears, though,
companies
either.
even sold prefabricated houses that would arrive on the back of a railroad flat car.
My mom liked to take us to Montgomery Ward for new coats.
The contents of
I
a
never
man's
went there.
luggage told the story of his life.
Went to Sears,
For
though.
example, if these belonged to a gambler, you'd probably find fancy clothes.
They were attached to the mall.
Oh, so is Sears.
Wheelchairs have been around since the 1700s, and this one serves as a reminder that some people came west for their health. In fact, Doc Holliday might never have ended up in Tombstone if he wasn't stricken with consumption.
Oh,
what they
no.
call tuberculosis nowadays. The dry climate might have done him some good, but the time he spent drinking in the smoky saloons surely wasn't what the doctor ordered.
Nope.
No, that won't help.
A silver dollar is yours, partner.
Another
if you
term for
answer this
cash
question.
register was a thief catcher.
The next time you come around
I got
here,
that one
you would
wrong.
better be a little sharper.
Aw, money drawer.
Wah wah. Let's check out the train.
Trains
Oh,
in
my
Wyatt Earp's
goodness.
day rarely went more than 30 or 40 miles an hour, even when they
Wow,
weren't
that's
delayed
very
by
slow.
robberies or
Mhm.
animals on the track. Still, that could get you from Omaha, Nebraska to Sacramento, California in as little as 4 days. That seemed pretty darn fast to us, when you consider that going by stagecoach took weeks. Now, of course, the precise speed of travel was proportional to how you traveled. There was a kind of a class system on board. First, second, and third class, to be exact. Now, you poke around the train to find out more about that, and to find out what made this little train go.
Yeah, modern trains, passenger trains at least, they still don't go.
The fireman
They don't go any faster
was
than
the man
50, 60 miles per
responsible for
hour.
shoveling
It's
them
true.
4 tons of coal or wood into
But when
a
they're driving by,
firebox,
it
which sat
really
below the
seems like they're going
locomotive's
super
boiler.
fast.
Steam
Yeah.
from the boiler filled the pistons that turned the engine's iron wheels. Meanwhile, the smoke from the firebox left the train by way of this here smokestack. These here bells and whistles, if you will, help the train crew and the station crew communicate with each other.
It's got all the bells and whistles.
Yep.
4 long blasts of this whistle was the signal for train broken two. In other words, the
Uh-oh.
cars had gotten decoupled. A very serious situation that could send a dozen cars tumbling from the track. A short blast was a signal to the brakeman, who ran across the top of the cars and turned large wheels to set the brakes. Each brakeman was responsible for 2 to 5 cars, and setting the brakes was considered an art, because a brake set too tight could flatten a train's wheels.
Oh,
and
no.
cause the train to break in two. Looking at these iron wheels, a man thinks of the iron rails on which the wheels ran, and of the people who sweated and died to link the eastern and western halves of the United States. Cross-country railroad building began in 1862, when the U.S. Congress granted huge chunks of western land to the railroad companies. The Union Pacific Railroad built west from Omaha, Nebraska, using a crew of mostly Irish immigrants and Civil War veterans. The Central Pacific Railroad built east from California, relying primarily on some 12,000 Chinese laborers who worked remarkably hard but got only 2/3 the wages of white workers and often
Wow.
lived in far worse conditions than other workers. After overlapping the routes nearly 200 miles, the Union and Central Pacific Railroads finally joined tracks at Promontory Summit, Utah in 1869, and a golden spike was driven into the track to mark the occasion. Of course, it was removed as soon as the ceremony was over. Starting the very next day, there was daily service between Omaha and Sacramento.
Wow.
Yep. Anything else to click on? Oh, let's go in the... Yeah.
Oh, we're inside the train.
In addition to setting the brakes of the train, the brakeman had to couple and decouple the cars. Decoupling was done with a lever like this. Coupling the cars together was an exceedingly dangerous job. In the 1880s, when Wyatt Earp was living in Tombstone, a total of 2,000 railroad workers were killed in action every year.
Wow.
And another 20,000 wounded.
That was a dangerous job.
Yeah, sure is.
This here's the engineer's chair. The chief engineer was the ruler of the roost, like the captain of a ship, aware of every detail and responsible for everyone's safety. Took many years to produce a skilled engineer. Like conductors, they were the aristocracy of the railroad workers.
Yeah, you'd think the most you'd have to deal with on a train back then were train robbers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that would be that dangerous to
Here's
travel.
the engineer's chair. The chief...
That's a lot of levers.
It's a sight.
The gauges and levers on this engine let the engine fine-tune the pressure inside the boiler, so the train ran at the right speed and safely. Low boiler pressure produced too little steam to turn the wheels, but if the pressure rose too high, the boiler could explode.
Oh my.
Jeez.
Don't explode.
The gauges and levers on...
Yeah, you'd think
The
there'd be more to
gauges
click
and-
on, but
Yeah. Not so much.
nope.
The train fireman was responsible for filling up the locomotive's boiler with water from tall towers like this that were set alongside the tracks, as well as keeping all the moving parts of the train oiled and making sure the bells and whistles worked.
Huh.
That's all there is in the engine.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky.
Trains in Wyatt Earp's day rarely went more than 30 or 40 miles. These cargo doors were large enough to admit beef cattle, horses, and other large freight. You see, hauling freight was more lucrative for the railroads than moving passengers, and special freight cars were built for everything from animals to coal. The coffin of Morgan Earp was carried on a freight car like this on his final train ride when his body was carried to California for burial. And a special mail car was the setting for one of Wyatt Earp's final acts as a lawman. In 1894, when Wyatt was living in San Diego, California, he was asked by the Southern Pacific Railway to ride shotgun on a payroll train, traveling from Oakland, California to El Paso, Texas. The train was carrying several $100,000 and arrived in El Paso without incident.
I think that's all we can click on here, so let's go on the passenger card.
Ooh, that does not look very comfortable.
In a passenger train of Wyatt Earp's day, your speed of travel was proportional to how you traveled. There was a kind of a class system on board.
There's always a class system on board.
Second and third class, to be exact.
Yep.
Click on the seats around me to find out more about that.
It's dumb.
If you could afford first-class fare, you rode in a special Pullman parlor car. It had much more luxurious seats than these, even had nice fold-down sleeper beds.
Whoa,
You
a
get to your
sleeper bed.
destination in 4 days, and well-rested no less. Traveling in second class cost you $80. Moved you at the same speed as the first-class car, but the trip seemed longer because you had to sleep sitting up in your seat.
Oh, no. What about third class?
Still probably a lot better than stagecoach.
Yeah,
A
that's true.
third-class ticket across the country cost you only $40, but traveling that way could take you 9 or 10 days.
Whew.
Your third-class passengers, mostly one-way immigrants to the west, were treated almost as well as freight and livestock. They sat on plain wooden benches,
Wooden
not on upholstered
benches.
seats like these, and their cars
Even
were
today, we're
often
still treating
sidetracked to
immigrants
let
like
express
crap.
trains
Yeah.
through. In fact, the writer Robert Louis Stevenson took a third-class trip across the country during Wyatt's time. After surviving it just barely, he wrote, "Few people have praised God more happily than I did."
Let's see what's back here. It's the
Covering
caboose.
the West with rail lines wasn't cheap. The state and federal governments lent the railroad companies more than $6 million and gave them 180 million acres of land. The railroad companies wanted towns to develop once the tracks were built and lured many a settler to the West with the promise of free or cheap land along the railroad right-of-way. It could have been this very train that President Ulysses S. Grant rode in 1879,
Whoa.
looking out this window to behold the fierce beauty of the West. And Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday looked from a window like this while they guarded Virgil and Allie Earp at the Tucson train station. The train was taking the body of Morgan Earp to the Earp family home in Colton, California for burial. Frank Stillwell was the man suspected of gunning Morgan down, and it was rumored Stillwell was waiting in Tucson with Ike Clanton to ambush the train.
Oh,
Clanton decided
no.
not to go, but the Earp party caught Stillwell between trains and gunned him down. Many think Wyatt was the killer.
Could have been.
A number of trains provided a ladies' car where women could ride together and avoid the annoyance of mixed company. There, the gals
Yeah.
could look out these windows.
Yeah,
watch
girls
the
are annoying
passing
anyways.
scenes, talk about
Boys are more annoying.
whatever it is they talked
Boys
about.
are stinky.
I was never allowed inside one of them
Okay.
cars. On George Pullman's luxurious Pacific Hotel Express trains, while you looked out the window of the dining car, you could feast on roast quail, pheasant,
Ooh.
antelope steak, and fresh trout in the Rockies.
Wow. That's some nice food.
When robbers struck a train, they'd detach all the cars and then pick through them at their leisure. You can imagine how scared you'd be looking out this window and waiting for them to barge in with guns drawn.
Yeah.
Some women would slip their rings and other jewelry into their stockings, hoping the crooks wouldn't be bold enough to look there. Even a second or third class train ride was a lot more comfortable than a stagecoach, because the trains went faster and smoother. And unlike a stagecoach, you could close these windows to keep out the dust or the rain. To make things even more cozy, there was a stove in each car for heating in the winter and a bucket of ice water to drink in the summer.
Well, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Partner, if you answer my question true, I have a
That the
silver
cars
dollar
have
for you.
become decoupled. Yay!
Hey, good job.
I think we're at the corral.
The corral? Like, not the OK Corral, though.
You modern wranglers think of the cowboy as the symbol of the Old West. But cowboying was a real specific job, occupying just a minority of the population.
Maybe the driving
That job was
stables.
to move
I
big
don't-
herds of cattle from rangelands in places like Texas to auction yards like this one.
Oh, the auction.
Auction yards.
The cowboy's life
Oh.
held more hard work and boredom than adventure. Even his independence was largely a myth. The horse he rode wasn't his own most often. It was grubstake to him temporarily by the big man. Being on the move so much, cowpokes were often lonely. And they
Cowpoke.
frequently came into conflict
That's
with
still
more
funny.
settled folk like farmers. If you take a look around this corral, you'll get an idea of what really lay at the end of the long trail.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop.
Can you go in? Nope. Hey, horsey! Looks like it's wearing a wig.
Wyatt Earp was never much into cattle or horse trading. But his heyday was also a high rolling time for the Western
Heyday.
cattle barons. They made a fortune cashing in on
Okay.
the American and Europeans' appetite for beef. Now, one way to succeed was to buy your doggies where they were cheap and drive them over long distances to where they could sell them for the higher prices.
Hello, little doggy. There's a train.
Come auction time, this corral would be filled with cattle, and the town would be equally filled with the dust, the sound, and the smell of 1,000 mooing animals. Such was the ritual in cow towns along the railroad line. where
What's
fattened cattle
WPRR?
arrived at the stockyards by the thousands. In
Ooh.
fact, 300,000 cattle
What?
a year
What's
might pass through
WPRR?
a busy town like Dodge City, where Wyatt worked as a lawman in the late 1870s. Cattle that sold for $10 a head in a western auction yard like this might have fetched
Something,
$50
something
in a
railroad.
beef-starved eastern market.
Western
In fact,
Pacific
deals of
Railroad.
$20,000 or
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
$30,000 could be sealed by only a handshake. Of course, deals could only be made if your cattle had the proper brands, signifying that you were the proper owner. Settling disputes over questionable brands was sometimes part of the job of a lawman, like Wyatt Earp himself, who had a special dislike for cattle rustling. In fact, in Tombstone, Wyatt suspected the Clantons of stealing some cows. Heck, he disliked that so much that he killed a couple of them at the OK Corral. Now, how's that for poetic justice?
Man.
Driving cattle across the deserts of the Southwest took its toll on both cowboys and their herds. With little or no water between the destinations and hardly any rain during the summer, finding water was the chief concern of the traveler. After 3 or 4 days without water, cattle could go blind.
Oh my
And on
gosh.
top of that, if the bovines couldn't smell water ahead, they'd turn back to the last drinking place that they could remember. Sometimes
They
3
can
or 4
smell
days
water?
behind them. If
Huh.
their luck was bad, they would die, leaving the coyotes and the vultures to pick their bones clean and the hot desert sun to bleach them
Aw.
white.
Poor little cows.
Yeah. I think that's all. Anything else here? Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Not much to click on here. We already clicked on the horse.
Yeah.
I think I get this question
I'll
wrong.
reward you a silver dollar if you can answer this question right.
Oh, I got it
You
right.
did.
Stockyard. Where are we going next? To the school? To the school.
Oh, they had a school.
We're going to school.
From your moving pictures, you might think that learning in an old West town took place in a one-room schoolhouse.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be right. A teacher had to educate kids of every age and grade level all at once.
That'd be hard.
Also, these kids might speak many different languages at home.
Oh man, that's
For
even
trouble,
harder.
Teach might be paid all of about $25 a month, maybe half or just a third of what most men made.
Wow.
Still, Western teachers did a good job in a hard situation. During Wyatt Earp's time in Kansas, that there state was fixing to score one of the highest literacy rates in the country.
Wow.
Well, ain't it about time you went on back to school, partner? Come on, see what you can learn.
I don't know.
What?
Kids sat at these desks maybe 4 or 5 months
Excuse
a year.
me.
Which
He said it
suited
ain't
them
about
just
time to
fine,
go
but
back to
the rest
school.
of the time,
Oh.
the school
I
still
don't know
pretty much
that I want to
empty.
go back
Some
to
of the
school.
school marms weren't so
Tough, you
happy
gotta.
about it, though.
Oh.
They were hard-pressed to educate the kids with so little time, and they also had to find a way to make a living during the rest of the year. In the old days, there wasn't much time for art or other frivolous subjects. In other words, sitting in front of an easel doing a sketch of a person was considered silly, much to the dismay of the more creative students. Teachers swore by the 4 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic, and recitation.
Oh my.
Well, did you all bring me
Mr.
an apple or
Ghost.
what? Tombstone opened its first school
Here,
just a
Ghost,
couple
you don't
months
need
after Wyatt
apples.
Earp arrived. It was a small room with a dirt floor and started out with just 9 students.
Wow, 9
Them kids'
students.
desks were just planks sitting on packing crates. And the teacher's desk was initially a flour barrel, flipped up ended. Now this is a whole heap more imposing, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
You probably recognize this fellow in the powder wig as George Washington, our country's first president. Well, in Tombstone's heyday, the president was Chester A. Arthur. What, never heard of him? In 1882, he threatened to send troops into the Arizona Territory if the local lawmen couldn't get things under control.
Huh.
No, it wasn't the Earps who were causing all the
Wow.
chaos. They'd left the state months before. A youngster like Wyatt Earp would look out the door and he'd be off in another world. One where a kid could do some adventuring instead of memorizing multiplication tables. Wyatt's family wanted him to keep studying and become a lawyer, but he was too smart for that. Instead, he became a legend. Before a school opened in a small town, kids got schooled at home with their parents. Wyatt Earp's parents felt so strong about education that they sent their 5 boys to school and taught them at home, sometimes putting them through 8 hours of learning time. No wonder old Wyatt never pursued a desk job. He'd already had enough of one like this.
Right?
Yeah. Jeez, he got burned out.
The older boys like to think of themselves as men, and in a Wild West town, that could mean trouble.
Uh-oh.
Oh
I heard
no.
tell that in Tombstone, some boys brought their pistols along to class one day and hid them in their desks.
Oh
The teacher
jeez.
wouldn't stand for that, so she threw the guns into the stove,
No.
forgetting to take out the bullets.
Oh.
That's got a pistol full of excitement that I don't suppose they ever forgot. The school marm had her weapons, or that is tools, for discipline. She could whoop a kid with a rod if necessary, or give him a dose of cod liver oil that she might have kept in one of these bottles.
Ew.
Ew, what was that
Hard
for?
to say which was more painful. Before a school opened in a small
Saw that already.
By 1880, the United States was shaped more or less the way it is today, except that the pie was cut up a bit different. Some parcels, like Arizona, were called territories, like it shows here on this map of 1880. The Dakotas hadn't gone their separate ways yet, and Hawaii hadn't joined the Union. And the place you call Oklahoma? Why, it was Indian territory back then. In old-time schools, desks were a bit more rustic than this one here. Maybe a board set across some beer kegs or packing box. The rough surfaces made it hard to write with ink pens, but lead pencils did the trick. A thrifty teacher would break the pencil into small pieces so it could be used by a whole mess of students.
They probably walked uphill in the snow both ways.
Probably.
A lot of the Old West school marms were imported from back east, and some of them were as young as 15, not much older than the students. How'd you like to be sitting at this desk staring up at someone your own age?
Talk about having a crush on the teacher.
Yeah.
The older boys like to think of themselves as men, and in
We
a
heard that
Wild West
already.
town, that
Yeah.
could mean trouble. I heard tell that the Sioux chief, Red Cloud, asked that his tribe's children be allowed to get some schooling. The reformers obliged, but insisted that the kids come around to white men's ways. So, to take their place at a desk like this, the Indian children had to give up their language, religion, and customs and behave like other white kids. I'm afraid the arrangement ended up being just another nail in the coffin for the Native American
That's
way
dumb.
of life.
Yeah.
Kids sat at these desks maybe 4 or 5 months a year.
Oh my. Do 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 do
Partner,
do
if you answer my
do.
question true, I have a silver dollar for you.
School year in the Old West lasted 6 to 7 months. Oh,
4 to 5. Not very long.
Off to the brewery.
The brewery.
Excuse me.
Maybe.
A large copper kettle called a tun stood behind this window. It was the brewer's most prized possession. In it, the barley and corn was boiled with hops. Hops helped preserve the beer, which spoiled quickly during the hot southwestern summers. It also sharpened the sweet taste of the grain. People said a well-hopped beer could clear a man's sinuses if he had a cold and open his eyes better than coffee in the morning.
Yeah. Not much to click on.
Barrels of beer
No.
stood behind this window. They were rolled onto the loading dock each day and shipped by wagon to the town saloons. The beer was foamy and cool, but rarely cold because ice was scarce. Wyatt Earp didn't have a taste for beer, although he was a partner in several saloons. However, the rest of the folks in the Old West were known to drink more beer than whiskey, and they had a lot of places
Oh,
to
wow.
drink at, since some towns had more saloons than houses.
I believe that.
You might be surprised to find this here brewery in our little town, but truth be told, in Wyatt Earp's day, a mining camp or a cow town of just a few hundred folks often had their own suds factory. Many of the people who came to the West came directly from Europe, where beer was a part of their daily life, and they missed the taste of home. Now, beer, like cowpokes, is mostly water, and that makes it heavy. So shipping it over long distances would often cost more than the stuff could be sold for. And as a result, local brewers bubbled up all over the West. Take a look around this brewer shop. You could have yourself a whole keg of fun.
Okay, can we go in? Oh,
Sorry.
Looking in this window, a thirsty person would see the sacks of barley, corn, and hops that were waiting for the brewer to use to make beer. The grain was first soaked in water to change the starch in the grain to sugar, and then it was boiled with hops to add flavor. The brewer added yeast when the mixture was cool. Yeast fermented the sugar, and the result was alcoholic, carbonated beer.
huh.
Yummy, tasty beer. Where to next? The gallows.
The gallows. Oh no, I don't want to go to the gallows.
In Wyatt Earp's time, hanging was a common punishment for murder or armed robbery. Some hangings were carried out by law courts, but others were undertaken by impromptu lynch mobs. Them their necktie parties didn't get hung up on formalities like giving their suspects a trial first. There's a legend that Wyatt once single-handedly persuaded such a lynch mob to cease and desist, even though he was unarmed. Now,
Wow.
that may or may not be true, but in any case, Western executions were very public affairs, well attended. A town would get together to sing a few hymns beforehand, and then they'd enjoy a big banquet afterwards, when everybody's appetite was aroused. In one Colorado town back in 1881, a good 10,000 people showed up to watch a double hanging of a pair
Whoa,
of
that's a lot of
convicted
people.
murderers. Part of the attraction was that this was the town's first legal hanging.
Huh.
Feels very 18th century France.
Oh.
As marshal,
with their
Wyatt Earp was
heads.
charged with keeping the peace, not hanging folk. For that job, there was an executioner, a specialist at hanging men. Probably the best-known hangman in the Old West was George Malden, who said casually years later, "I never hanged a man who came back to have the job done over."
Or she's.
Oh
Of
my.
course, sometimes folks took justice into their own hands, like the time in Tombstone when John Heath was convicted of second-degree instead of first-degree murder. The residents disagreed with the verdict, took him out of jail, and strung him up.
Poor guy.
Right?
Taking a walk up a long flight of stairs to meet the short end of a rope was common punishment in the Old West for crimes like murder, armed robbery, and horse stealing. During one memorable hanging, when 5 men were executed in Tombstone
Whoa.
after a particularly nasty crime, Dan Dowd was asked if he had any last words. He replied, "It's getting pretty hot, so you might as well go on with it." After a moment, his accomplice, Tex Howard, dryly said, "Dan, it's liable to get a whole lot hotter where we're going."
Yep.
Well, at least they had a good sense of humor.
Isaac Charles
Yeah.
Parker was known as the hanging judge because in his 20 years of serving as judge at Fort Smith, he sentenced a total of 160 men to the gallows.
Oh, my.
He even had
Wow.
a gallows specially built that could hang 12 men at a time.
Ah,
Goodness.
One of the killers that Parker had sentenced told the crowd moments before his demise, "I'm as anxious to get out of this world as you are to see me go."
oh.
Hmm. What is this place?
Oh, the donkey.
This here's the boarding
The
house.
boarding house.
Boarding house.
If you were a wandering cowboy, miner, or salesman type, you could rest your head here for $6 or $7 a week. Of course, that just got you a bed in one big dorm room with a bunch of other buckaroos.
Oh my.
If you
Oh,
were
boy.
hungry enough to eat a saddle blanket, you could have all your meals here for an extra $8 weekly.
Oh my.
Eat for $8 a week. That ain't
Most
too bad.
residents drew their water up from a well by working a pump like this. An indoor pump wasn't the lap of luxury, but it sure beat hauling water in buckets from a well or a pump outdoors.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, but then they say, didn't he say
The
earlier
simple straw
most people made
broom
an
was all
average
a woman had
$12
to
a
sweep
week?
The dirt from her
Yeah.
house.
So
And
if
the
you're paying
wind blowing
$8
across the
a week.
unpaved streets brought
Well,
plenty of dirt
yeah.
indoors.
I just
Wyatt
meant by
Earp might have
today's
used a broom
terms.
like this.
If I
The
could eat
law
for
and order
$8 a
business
week,
was
that'd be
slow,
pretty
he
cool.
prepared streets for
yeah.
the town of Tombstone and removed the bodies of dead animals. People kept their water cool by storing it in a large clay pot called a crock. The water didn't always taste fresh and
Crock
wasn't
pot.
always clean. Diseases carried through the water took a lot of lives back in Wyatt Earp's time.
Yep.
Some say Wyatt's first wife died of cholera or yellow fever,
Oh.
which she might have caught drinking stale water.
Ew.
Others say she died in childbirth.
Those are very different things.
Obviously.
Well, I mean,
People would use an ice
Iodine in
box like this
childbirth
to
or
keep their
from
food
water?
cold. They put a large bucket of ice inside, which was quite expensive, and a pan under the ice box to catch the dripping water. To get the ice to town, it was wrapped in straw and brought from the mountains in freight wagons.
Wow.
If a person didn't have an ice box or the one they had wasn't big enough, they kept their dairy goods down the well in a bucket or stored food in a cool cellar.
A cool cellar.
too
A
safe.
cupboard like this would store crocks of beef and pork pickled in brine, and cans of cooking fat. Food was greasy back in the Old West. Meat fried in oil, bread dipped in bacon grease, potatoes cooked with lard.
Oh, wow.
Even vegetables were usually fried. People thought a high-fat diet was healthy and gave a person the energy needed for a day of hard physical labor.
Oh, boy. Well, no, maybe back then. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Foreigners usually
Yeah, I
ate together
guess.
at a long table. Foods like stewed beef and chicken with dumplings were the main fare, since there weren't a lot of vegetables. Boarding houses often attracted the more respectable folk like ministers and school teachers, and traveling salesmen. Still, good food mixed with a table of hungry people doesn't make a pretty combination. Perhaps you've heard of the boarding house reach?
No, I have not.
Boarding house reach.
Oh, boy. Okay. Ah.
On shopping day, a boarding house landlady would lay in enough supplies to fill several cupboards like this one. There'd be cocoa, coffee, sugar, cakes of yeast. And it wouldn't be cheap, since the cost of shipping kept the price of food high. Cabbage and 2 pounds of corned beef could cost 35 cents.
Wow.
And this was when the average man would earn $3 a day. It's about $60 a month, if he could get steady work.
Oh, $3 a day. Oh, well,
Inside a
Okay,
butter churn like
still.
this were paddles
Yeah.
attached to a pole. The cream was poured in and stirred until it thickened into butter. Tiring chore that could take an hour. Salt was also added so the butter
Wow.
would keep longer. A woman would set aside the whole day to bake things like coarse bread made from the heavily sifted flour, and more commonly biscuits. People were suspicious of things they
biscuits.
didn't cook themselves, but it wasn't anything personal against the bakers, since people weren't sure about canned goods either. Boarding houses saw folks from all walks of life, and coat racks like this one saw all kinds of coats. Overcoats, Macintoshes, and riding dusters for men and women would be hung here. Children were kept in a cradle like this one, but, sad to say, childhood diseases and frontier hardships made it likely that a couple would lose at least one of these children before it was grown. Wyatt
Poor
and Josie Earp
kids.
had 2
Right.
children, but both died as infants. No one is sure why.
those poor kids.
Yep.
A lamp like this one was probably fueled with lard oil. Lard was cheaper than whale oil, but it was smoky and gave out a dimmer light. Bullhorns and antlers were common decorations back in the Old West. You'd kill an animal, eat it, and still have something to show for your efforts. Wyatt Earp was a buffalo hunter, even though it was in violation of an Indian treaty. A buffalo hunt was hard work, but the profits were great, and a man could sell the hides as well as the meat, and the horns would make a prized souvenir.
Those dolls look haunted.
Cooking with a pot-bellied stove was probably the most common method used in the 1880s, but a family might have made their coffee over an open fireplace like this if they were too poor to afford a stove. They'd make their coffee in pots of enameled tin, and as the pots got old, the taste of the metal would flavor the coffee.
Ew.
The coffee was brewed strong, and everyone drank it, even the young children.
Oh no. Don't get good coffee.
Tiny kids.
Yeah.
What else is there to click on?
At the end of a day of mining for silver, fighting crime, or tending a brood of young'uns, you better believe a person would be tired. Sitting by the fire in a chair like this was about as good as relaxing got back then. And such a chair, like every piece of furniture, was shipped from back east or San Francisco, with a dining room chair selling for as much as $2. With prices like these, you can see why a good rocking chair was among a family's most prized possessions.
I need to get my rocking chair out.
Yeah. You should.
Ah!
You know, Wyatt did quite a bit of checking in the mirror when he first started courting Josie Marcus. Yes, sir. Old handsome Wyatt and beautiful Josie made quite a sight strolling along through Tombstone. Of course, Wyatt had some help with his wardrobe. You see, while Wyatt was cultivating a love affair, his wife Mattie was faithfully at home. starching and ironing his shirts.
Poor lady.
Starching and ironing.
Yep.
Here, let me do all this
Typewriters
work
were
while you go out
available
and play
in the
around.
1880s, but
Yep.
they didn't catch on right away. At $125, they weren't
know what
cheap,
that's like.
and they weren't too reliable either. Some businesses began typing their letters.
I'm just
but
kidding.
Many people considered it rude
I could say the
to type
same.
correspondence.
yeah,
Wyatt Earp had a
Oh,
beautiful
whoa, whoa,
handwriting.
whoa, whoa.
When he was old and unable to write, he dictated his letters to his friend John Flood, who typed them on a machine that looked much like this.
It's blurry. Boop boop beep boop boop ba-doop ba-doop beep boop beep boop boop ba-doop ba-doop beep boop beep boop boop ba-doop ba-doop beep boop beep boop.
Boarding house beds like this one were simple frames with straw-filled mattresses, while feather beds were reserved for the wealthier houses. This may sound uncomfortable, but the fact is a boarding house was a step up from sleeping in a flop house or on the floor of a saloon
flop
where you
house?
had to bring
Flop
your own
house.
straw.
The floor of a
Sounds
saloon.
poor. Oh gosh.
Like, no, seriously, you. How does that work out?
I don't
Barkeep,
know.
I'm gonna sleep on the floor over there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take over this corner.
Whether you were working deep in a mine or mending your clothes after work at night, a good lantern like this one was sometimes all the company a person had in the Old West.
Oh, Lanty. Oh, my lantern. Do 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 do.
This china was called spongeware. It was
I thought it was
popular
gonna
in the
say
West,
SpongeBob.
Maybe because it added color to the dining room and let people feel a little more city-fied. After dinner, the boarders were on their own. Some of them went out to the saloons, but others passed the time writing letters or reading books at a desk like this. There were plenty to choose from. Dime novels about Buffalo Bill and other adventures, Mark Twain's funny stories, and farmers' almanacs. And the women folk leaned toward writers like Louisa May Alcott.
Louisa L. Maycott?
Louisa May Alcott.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Stranger, I'll give you a silver dollar if you can answer this question right.
Churn.
Yes, churn.
Churn, churn, churn.
Step on up to the medicine wagon for a cure of whatever ails you. Baldness,
All right.
rheumatism, evil dreams, lost manhood, or just a little cancer or two.
Well, just a little cancer.
Patent
It's
medicine
fine.
salesman would claim to have
Patented
just the
male
prescription
medical
for you.
salesman, that's what it is.
And Doc would sell you a little bottle for just $1. Now, he wasn't a real doctor. I mean, he just played one on the
Well,
street.
no kid.
And his remedies were mostly useless. But they did make you feel better for a little while. That's because they were between 5 and 95% alcohol,
Whoa.
usually cheap whiskey. You can bet that the doc was a real welcome visitor to the dry towns where liquor establishments were prohibited by law.
Yep.
You know the alter
Crossing
ego
barren
of the wizard and the
Southwest
Wizard
was
of
serious
Oz?
business.
You know the
one
guy that
traveled
Dorothy
without
meets
enough
before
water.
the,
Of course,
the
patent
tornado?
medicine salesman
Yes.
needed water for
He's a
elixirs and
patented medical
tonics as well, and
salesman.
would
Yep.
carry it in a barrel like
Oh.
this. Alcohol was the main ingredient of an elixir, but they watered it down to stretch their profits. Barrels could also
How
become
they-
a table to display medicine bottles or a stage from which a pitchman would address the crowd.
I address thee. I do declare this medicine will
Every
cure
patent
you.
medicine salesman was accompanied by 2 or 3 assistants, usually a quick-footed male who performed feats of strength and a woman who sang and danced. Music was a part of the entertainment. Speaking of music, did you know you could use a washboard like this to make music after you scrubbed your clothes clean?
Yeah.
Playing a washboard involved putting thimbles on your fingers and scraping them across the bumpy metal ridges.
That's fun.
These drawers held all the patent medicine salesman's special ingredients. He combined one or two
Ooh,
of
the
them
special
with whiskey
ingredients.
and made a remedy for a specific ailment. For instance, the tonic for sore eyes came with the tip of a black cat's tail. You'd put a dab of
Aw.
whiskey on the eyelid and use the tail to wipe it off. For colic, the prescription was a little sip of catnip tea and whiskey. And for headaches, camphor mixed with rye was rubbed into your scalp. Seems like a waste of good liquor to me.
Yeah.
These drawers held
Oh,
all...
heard that.
Yep, heard that one.
Amazing is the right word for what doctors said they could cure with patent medicines. One bottle of elixir claimed it would help ease rheumatism, gout, cancer, boils, fever sores, corns, and something called scald head neuralgia, all for the price of one hard-earned U.S. silver dollar.
Wow.
Our elixirs will cure you.
They'll cure everything.
Patent medicine men were 50% con artists and 100% showmen. They showed up in places like Tombstone and Dodge City with fire eaters, sword swallowers,
Oh my.
fortune tellers, and minstrels. Anything to attract a crowd. Of course, the more elaborate the show, the fancier the costumes. That explains this extra
Bum,
luggage
bum,
on the
bum,
roof
bum,
of the
bum,
wagon.
bum, bum. Where to next?
I don't know.
The church.
Oh, the church.
You might not think of the Old West as a place of great spiritual elevation.
Nope.
And to some extent, you'd be right. The Earp brothers, for instance, were famous for wearing long black parson's coats, but they may or may not have ever set foot inside a church. And their friend Doc Holliday was definitely not a devout man. Looking east from Tombstone, he once pronounced, "I've heard more lies spoken and whispered in church than in all the saloons from here to Dodge City." Meanwhile, looking west from that there Dodge City, some church-going Kansans lamented that there was no Sunday west of Junction City and no God west of Salina. Yet you'd be surprised how many Westerners did slick up in their Sunday-go-to-meeting clothes for an hour's redemption from their customary pursuits. The gambling men would think nothing of fortifying themselves with a couple of drinks first to ease the whole thing along, and then after the service, they and the soiled doves would head back on over to the saloons to
Ooh,
get
the
back to
soiled
business.
doves. Ooh.
Stained glass windows like these shone real pretty in some Western towns. Just like the stained glass windows all over Europe, these would have Christian images, like saints and scenes from the Bible. And staring at these beautiful images were the Western folk, who were real practical about their religion, whether they were Catholic or Protestant, like Methodist, Baptist, or Presbyterian. Merchants thought steeples and crosses against the sky were good for business, because in everyone's mind, they suggested stability, permanence, and prosperity. It must have worked, because even Jewish businessmen would contribute to the Protestant church's building funds.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised they had stained glass.
Yeah.
Church steeples like this one spiked the landscape of some of the bigger Western towns with money to build ornate churches. But more often than not, frontier people gather in log shacks, town halls, saloons, barns, or just worship outdoors
Church at
under
the
the big sky itself. You see,
Oh my
church-going
goodness.
made you respectable, and it was a kind of glue in bringing people together. Even old Wyatt served as a deacon. For a short time, I should add.
Wow.
Women liked churches because
He
they were
did
safe
everything.
places to
He
congregate
did do
in public.
everything.
For the many town bachelors and visiting cowboys, these church socials were also one of the few places to get to know marriageable women. Oh, and the food was a lot better than boarding house fare, too. Wyatt Earp, they say, was rather partial to Dodge City's church suppers. One of Tombstone's most colorful characters was the Reverend Edencott Peabody, Wyatt Earp's big admirer
Peabody.
and builder of the town's first Episcopal church, St. Paul's. He was a blue-blooded New Englander
Peabody.
who preached against sin and
Peabody.
depravity. But at 200 pounds, he was also a formidable boxer and baseball player.
He's a big guy.
His athletic reputation and leadership convinced a certain number of miners and gamblers to step into the house of the Lord, at least while Peabody was in town. After 6 months, though, he gave up trying to save the Tombstonians and went back to Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
If you listen real close, you might hear boots climbing these church steps, walking real respectful like. Now, Western churches, they ranged in size from tiny to grand. In Tombstone, the first church was just a tent, and its pews were just planks on boxes. It had some location problems, too. Wyatt Earp's God-fearing contemporary in town, George Parsons, wrote in his diary, "Talked with the minister a while before service, which now begins at 8 o'clock. Hard work for him to preach on account of dance house racket in the rear."
Oh,
Wouldn't
jeez.
you know it, though? The local gamblers chipped in a good chunk of their money to help build the town's first real church, St. Paul's Episcopal, which was better located and more comfortable. Guess they were kind of hedging their bets on eternity.
Well,
One last stop to a residence.
oh, the house.
The
Yeah.
family slept behind this window, and many of their prized animals did too. The
Well, it's a
mattress
tiny
was
house.
stuffed with straw if they had one, but often people slept on the floor in animal hides. Life was plain. The only mirror might be reflection from a bucket of water. Whoops. The rent's due. Better hope business picked up this month.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
The family slept behind.
Nope, heard that. Is that all that? Yep. Okay.
Pioneer
Oh.
houses were a triumph of ingenuity over adversity. The cabins were made of sod, bits of tin, scraps of lumber. There was one large room behind this window with a dirt floor and little furniture. The kitchen might have had a skillet, coffee pot, and one or two kettles. Cooking was probably
So you
done
gotta go.
over an open fire instead of a stove.
Yay.
Since a cast iron
Meh.
stove that sold for $25 in the East might cost $200 in a Western community. The wood in the fire might very well have been cut by the Earps. Since Wyatt and Morgan were so poor at one time, they survived by cutting wood for other miners.
Well,
Pioneer houses were often dark and smoky. The roof leaked whenever it rained, bringing all kinds of insects and snakes inside. The
Ew.
porch was a kind of outdoor parlor where the family could find relief by resting on benches of rough wood planking, like this one.
all right. Ooh, that's that a coffin?
Yeah, it's the Undertaker.
Oh, no.
Looking for something.
Yeah.
Mortality in the Old West was pretty high because of diseases and dangerous occupations, and on the average, most folks didn't live much beyond their late 30s. Wyatt and his wife Josie had 2 children, but neither survived childhood. That's why the Undertaker always had a pine box
Aw.
ready to go. Also, having a coffin and a few headstones out front was pretty effective advertising.
40, man.
I know.
These here tombstones
Don't
are
got
blank
much
now,
left to
but in
go.
a town filled with gunfighters and gamblers and rustlers, they won't stay empty for long. Over time, many of these headstones would carry elaborate mementos of their owners' exploits. One great example is, "Here lies Lester Moore, 4 slugs from a 44, no less, no more." Why, even Tombstone's newspaper was called the Epitaph.
Yep. What is that? Oh.
You might think the Undertaker's parlor would be a body's last stop before they got buried, but for an outlaw who'd made his last stand, that might not be true. The lawman who'd shot him might just bring him in here to get him fixed up a bit and then take him over to the photographers for a last picture.
Jeez.
Many fallen rascals were photographed posthumously in lifelike or death-like poses. These pictures were nifty trophies for those straight-shooting marshals and deputies, some of whom modestly inserted themselves into the frame. They were also intended to scare off the other bad guys into a lawful and virtuous existence. The Undertaker himself was actually a relatively new arrival in Wyatt Earp's day. Up until that time, the funeral would commonly be handled by the family themselves or by a doctor,
Oh, by the
or even the
doctor.
carpenter who built the coffin. But just when some occupations were starting to disappear, like buffalo hunting, stagecoach driving, undertaking was a whole new wide field of opportunity, particularly, mind you, in any town that old Wyatt happened to live in.
Yeah.
It's kind of dark.
Yeah, it is kind of dark. Why the happy music? That was
The
weird.
old saying goes, you can't take it with you.
That was weird
but you
music
can
for an
go in
Undertaker.
style. And style
You'll
in the
hear
Old
more of
West
it.
was
Huh.
one of these fancy
There's a
hearse
lady,
carriages.
lady crying
Some
in
of
the
them cost
background.
$8,000 or more. It would look right at home in the streets of New York. Truth of the matter is, though, it was only the rich folks that could afford a real fancy funeral. In a rough and tumble kind of town like Tombstone, undertakers were usually kept real busy. They could get mighty tired carting bodies around all day. This here casket on wheels was used kind of like a gurney to move bodies while they were being prepared for burial.
People dying every day.
Yeah.
Over the years, funerals became more elaborate, and undertakers helped to create the right mood. They started dressing up funeral parlors with black crepe and later added flowers to enhance the proceedings. Even though most light was provided by lanterns and, in bigger cities, gas lamps, these fancy candle holders provided just the right sort of atmosphere.
I could see that.
Oh, there's a dead person.
Oh my goodness!
Originally, the
I didn't
word
notice that.
casket meant
Huh.
a container for precious
I've never
objects.
noticed that.
It's where women used to keep
Tickets.
their jewels. So it was only natural that people would want to preserve their most precious loved ones in caskets.
Oh, I hear the lady in the background.
I always get nostalgic when I come back here. I see my whole death flashing before my eyes.
But
Anyway, feel free to pick a few more bones around here. You'll learn more about just what a Western undertaker undertook.
There was no more stirring reminder of the hereafter than a cross. Sometimes all a preacher had to do was stand next to one. With just one look, he could set folks to thinking about who'd be next and wondering if they was in good standing with their maker. As funerals became more and more elaborate, funeral parlors started looking more and more like churches. Some places even had an organ to play somber music while loved ones paid their last respects to the dearly departed. Even though dying is a natural event in life, folks still don't like to be reminded of it.
Well,
That's why the
still don't like
undertaker
being
always had a
reminded of
back
it today.
door. No need to
Yeah.
be dragging bodies down Main Street and carting them in the front door. Besides, a lot of the bodies that showed up weren't always in the best shape.
oh my.
Yikes.
Life in the Old West was pretty tough, and undertakers never had a shortage of customers. Most often you could find a pine box just waiting for the next unfortunate soul. In the Old West, each coffin was handmade to the specifications of whoever was going to be buried in it. And looking at this here coffin, either the undertaker was on his lunch break, or he's fixing to bury a real skinny person.
Did you
These
see
here
that
are the
skull in the
undertaker's
jar?
tools
I
of
did.
the trade. Not only did he have to be a bit of a scientist, he also had to be a skilled carpenter. Even though fancy caskets were available from back east, most folks in the West were still buried in simple wooden coffins, which the undertaker made right here in his shop. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a skull. I reckon this here undertaker got himself a good sense of humor. Or maybe he just didn't like working alone. Tombstone's Boot Hill Cemetery held a lot of bodies of men who were killed in other towns that didn't have an undertaker. More often than not, records got lost or grave markers rotted away, and eventually a simple wooden cross is all that would be left of a pioneer of the Old West.
Now that cross would be long gone.
Here we have another name in the history of the Old West. We'll never know if he died with blazing six-shooters in a gunfight or was hanged for cattle rustling. Maybe he found the next big silver strike and came back to town to file a claim. If so, he carried his secret to the grave with him, because this here is all that's left of Frank Greedy.
I think she lost her husband.
I think so too.
The silver dollar is yours, partner, if you can answer this
Boot
question.
Hill.
Yep.
Excuse me. Freight company.
Freight company.
Freight companies like this were the lifelines of the West before the Transcontinental Railroad came through. They ran caravans of mule and ox-drawn wagons, supplying towns and military posts with necessities from the east. In fact, your ox caravans were known as grass trains, since grass was what them oxen ate. Each of your wagons could carry up to 5 tons of provisions, like food, animal feed, farm tools, and clothing. Moving along stage roads, a wagon train often kicked up dust clouds that could be seen from 20 miles away.
20 miles away.
And you can bet that an isolated frontier town would be glad to see that
Yep.
cloud a-coming.
Big old cloud.
Got some supplies coming.
A person could get a good little look at the rest of the world when they peered through the window of a freight company. That's because anything folks couldn't make locally had to be brought west from the cities in the east, from the blacksmith's anvil to the bags of beans and rice on the storekeeper's shelves. The freight
That's
was
what
brought
grocery
each
shopping
spring
used to
by
look
wagon
like.
trains
Yep.
From ports on the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. Those freighters worked mighty hard, moving about 125 bone-breaking miles a week.
Wow.
Animals were fixed up with girths to spread the weight of a wagon's load. Freighters used a motley mix of varmints to haul their wagons.
That was a lot of horses.
Mules, even oxen. So a freight company would keep many sizes and shapes hanging on the wall.
Hanging on the wall. Hanging on the
The
wall.
Wells Fargo Stage Company might have had a small office behind this window. Wells Fargo not only took passengers to the smaller towns where railroads didn't go, they also hauled freight. Wyatt Earp might have sat at a desk here, polishing his gun and waiting for the next stage to arrive. Wyatt worked for Wells Fargo, riding shotgun before he became a U.S. Marshal. Some people say Wyatt was paid so that the Earp brothers wouldn't rob the stagecoaches themselves. The fellow who walked through this door might have been on his way to making a fortune. Wagon freighting was a high-stakes gamble. Most freighters stayed poor, but those who won made it in spades.
Wow.
Say a freighter had 25 wagons, each carrying around 7,000 pounds of freight. Say he freighted between Nebraska City and Utah. He'd pay out about $500,000 to get there. But then he'd turn around and sell his freight for nearly twice what
Whoa.
he paid. Can't sneeze at that,
Nope.
can you?
Where to now?
The dry goods store.
Oh, dry goods store.
To stay competitive in a growing town like Tombstone or Dodge City, shops had to offer a good selection of what folks needed at lower prices than anyone else. Like a trading post offering quality dry goods such as clothing, home supplies, and canned food. In fact, 2 gentlemen by the names of Ward and Montgomery took this concept to new heights, and in the early 1890s became none other than Montgomery Ward.
What's Montgomery Ward?
The department
Hard to tell
store?
what's in here,
Oh,
but
okay.
it could be salt, which was real
Oh.
important for lots more than making things taste good. When Wyatt was out there in Kansas killing buffalo, he'd more than likely had a big sack of salt to sprinkle on the hides so they wouldn't rot. Hard to tell what's in here,
Well,
but
Nope.
looks like this bin has potatoes in it. Mostly potatoes got
Potatoes.
dug up in the
Potatoes or
fall and
rocks.
stored in pits under the
Marley ate a
ground
rock.
called root
Yeah.
cellars. They'd keep real good down there because they wouldn't get wet or freeze. The store got them in 100-pound sacks, probably lots of sacks at once, and tried to keep them where they wouldn't get soft and mushy or start growing eyes. In the early summer, the special treat is new potatoes, which are young and fresh, with real tender skins. Well, y'all know how important mops are, especially out here in the dry country. Everything's got a film of dust on it all the time. There's dry mops and wet mops. Folks also had brooms, which were made out of corn husk or scrub brush growing outside their doors. The keeper of this
We get to
here
go
dry
in.
goods
All
store
right,
was
they're
one of the
letting
most
us in.
vital and respected people in town. Now, unlike the blacksmith or saddle maker, that wasn't on account of having any special skill. Rather, it was because this store provided so many of the local folks' daily needs. Depending on how much was in your pocket, you could buy everything from Bibles to bourbon, from cradles to coffins. You'd find flour and beans,
Wait, I thought
sugar
the
and
Undertaker made the
spice,
coffins.
pots and pans, candles and tobacco, fabric, shoes, hardware, tools, you name it. Take a look around. You'll see what I mean.
I didn't hear coffins.
I heard coffins. But
Most people brought their pots and pans with them when they came.
No big
but
deal.
things
Did you
wear
hear
out.
pots and
If you were a
pans?
poor
I heard
miner
pots
and
and
then
pans,
struck
but
it
I
rich,
also heard coffins,
This is where
I
you
thought.
come to get all the extras. When Wyatt set up housekeeping with Josie, she most
heard
likely had to buy
tobaccons.
some of these things.
Huh.
Since Maddie,
Maybe I
Wyatt's
just
wife,
heard wrong.
surely kept what she
I
and Wyatt
honestly was.
shared.
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I was busy looking at my phone.
Paper was a luxury, expensive, about 55 cents a ream, and hard to get. So the kids in the local school used these slates to do their lessons on. They cost only about 5 cents and could be used over and over again, as long as you didn't drop them or break them. Slate is a kind of rock that splits apart in flat sheets, and it's a nice dark color, so the chalk shows up real well on it. There weren't a lot of books around either, so about all you had to carry to school each day was your slate and your lunch bucket.
That would have been a light load.
Everybody drank coffee, even the children.
Oh,
So cups
children
were
should not have
valued.
coffee.
The tin
Oh,
ones
my.
were the best because they didn't break. They've got a coating on them so they won't rust, which is good because nobody wants to drink out of a
Nope.
rusty cup. Since there wasn't electricity, the only way to see at night was either with candles or lanterns. The lanterns burned kerosene, which smelled a little, but if the wick was trimmed right, with not too much of it sticking up, the lamp burned real clean. With a polished metal reflector behind it, it made a pretty good light. Lots better than a candle.
Sounds like it.
This is an ancient Chinese device that was real popular with the storekeepers all over the West because it was sort of the first calculator. Much quicker and more accurate than doing it in your head or even on paper. Since most everything came loose by the barrelful, folks had to have a way to carry the smaller amounts home. So, if you bought 5 or 10 pounds of beans, the storekeeper would wrap it up in this paper. You'd have to be pretty good at it, too, because you'd be awful mad at them if your package broke open.
Yeah,
on the way
Yeah,
home.
I'd be mad my stuff. It reminds me of the scene from Home Alone.
Oh, yeah. The bags break.
Yeah.
Here we have
That's
a
happened to me
variety of
before.
things.
It
The
has?
jars hold
Yeah.
It's never
preserved
happened to me.
food like
I've always
meat,
been afraid it's going to
fish,
happen,
and
but it
maybe
has
some
not, thank
vegetables.
goodness.
Canned goods
Happened
weren't
once
widely
when I lived
used
in an
here.
apartment.
There might be
Oh,
some extra
man.
fancy items here too, like jam or raisins or a box of coconut. This here cabinet has a bit of everything, including some little boxes of medical remedies. Things like the laudanum that Wyatt's wife Maddie took for her headaches, about 20 cents for
Wow.
a big bottle. It also looks like there might be a box of nerve builder, but Wyatt didn't need any of that. And maybe some stomach restorer.
Stomach restore. Wonder what that really was.
The storekeeper used the cash register to ring up sales. Ringing up a sale comes from the bell that dinged when the cash drawer opened. That bell was called a thief catcher because the owner could tell anytime someone was dipping in the till.
Yeah. The dog figured out how to open doors.
Candy was real popular, and not just
I
with the
spent
kids.
how
These
many
jars
weeks
held lots
trying
of
to
different
teach her,
kinds to
and
choose
she
from, like
finally
licorice,
figures it
lemon
out.
drops, and gum drops. You could get
Yup.
5 pounds for 30 to 50 cents. So you see why it was called penny candy.
Penny candy.
These bags of
Wife
flour are kind of
pacifiers.
unusual
Hey.
because most things aren't packaged up like this. Most likely there's loose flour in a bin or a barrel somewhere else in the store. Flour sacks were special all by themselves because you could make things out of them like shirts. Since Wyatt liked fancy white shirts, you can be
fancy.
pretty sure he didn't have any made from flour sacks. Dish towels, baby diapers, curtains, just
Baby
about
diapers
anything
from
you can
flour
think of were
sacks?
also
Huh.
made from flour sacks.
I mean, I guess so.
That sounds uncomfortable.
Yep.
Everywhere you look, you see storage bins. That's because the store has to keep what they call staples like flour, sugar, rice, and beans in big quantities called bulk. And they need to be kept where they will stay dry, because even in the desert, it rains once in a while. They also want to keep it away from the mice or other varmints.
She get the door.
In Wyatt's day, everyone over 12 years old either smoked or chewed tobacco. Back
12
then,
years
they didn't
old,
know it would hurt you.
chewing tobacco
Well,
and
I guess I
smoking
shouldn't say
cigarettes.
everyone, because ladies didn't, except for some of the saloon girls, and they weren't no ladies.
That's appalling.
It's kind of hard to see what that sign back there on the wall says, besides public notice, but most likely it says that this establishment is cash and carry only, which means that you pay for things at the time you buy them. But the truth is, the storekeeper just wished it was that way. Most times he had to give credit to cattlemen who would pay as soon as they sold their herd, to miners whose pay dirt was being hauled east by the freight company, or to a poor widow whose children were hungry. And
You gotta
sometimes
feed the
he was holding
kids.
money for someone else, kind of acting like a banker. Lots of times he traded, too. When Wyatt was hunting buffalo in Kansas, likely he traded the hides and meat in a local store like this one, getting things like horseshoes, flour, or a saddle blanket in exchange. The Potbelly Stove might be called the most important meeting place in town. People gathered there to gossip, get warm, and play cards.
The
Scale
music
was
is
used for so
fun.
many
Yeah.
things, you might think that the store would have to shut down if something happened to it. Everything got weighed. Flour, rice, beans, butter, meat,
Sold by
candy.
weight.
Not just the
Yep.
stuff going out the door. If the storekeeper was bartering for something, he'd have to weigh it to see what he'd give for it.
Makes sense.
These bins are full of soap, like face soap, laundry soap, shaving
Tooth
soap,
powder.
soap for everything you can think of. But there ain't no powdered soap
Tooth
like we
soap.
have now. It
So-
all came in bars, wrapped in paper. Hard to tell what's in here. Maybe it's onions. Or
Onions.
more beans. Or it might be salt pork, which goes in beans, soup, lots of other food, and melts it up real good for flavorful cooking grease. Salt itself was mighty important in the Old West because it's a preservative. That means it keeps things from spoiling. They didn't have no refrigerators, and there weren't many ice boxes, ice being pretty hard to come by in that hot, dry
That makes
country.
sense.
So meat came packed in salty water called brine. And salt pork, bacon, and ham were salted real heavy and kind of dried out. Even butter was salted to keep it from getting sour so fast.
No wonder people didn't live to the age of past 40.
I know all that salt.
High blood pressure, heart disease.
Didn't eat many vegetables.
No.
Typically, the storekeeper's family lived just above
Oh God, the kidney stones.
or behind
Yeah.
the store. That made it kind of hard to forget
Coffee,
about work when you went
salt.
home, wouldn't you say, partner?
Do 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 do.
All right.
I got you a silver dollar if you can answer my question true.
Cash and carry.
Excuse me,
All right, where are we going now?
the dressmaker.
Oh, I got to get a little dress.
Yeah.
Get so fancy.
Now, you probably know about top hats and bowlers, the men's fashion statements of the day. But I bet you don't know about the ladies' hats that were sweeping the nation, too. A gal would give her eye teeth to get a real European-style topper, especially if she was going to be
Whoa.
seen at the theater. The
Theater.
hat styles got so
Ooh,
outlandish,
some
a
big
poor
hats.
fellow sitting behind a woman might
Big
see more of
floppy
her hat than he
hats.
did of the show.
I like your floppy hat. Would you like a floppy hat? Would you like a floppy hat?
With a bow.
Most men in a cattle town like Dodge or a mulin town like Tombstone would wear sturdy denim and cotton duds. But professionals or sporting men would go for suits, maybe even a bow tie or braces. Outfits so fancy that they strutted like a turkey gobbler at laying time. The Earp brothers had their own distinct style. They all looked alike, and walking side by side, wearing their long frock coats, Virgil's wife Allie said they looked like a spade flush. That's a poker term for 5 cards all of the same suit. You don't hear all that much about the
Dog's
exploits
licking
of
herself.
women in the
Yep.
Old West. But if you looked, you could find female pioneers doing all the things the men did. Prospecting, running hotels, writing them Western novels, doctoring, lawyering, cow punching, cow rustling, stagecoach
What if she got
driving,
peanut butter
and
on her arm?
stagecoach robbing.
Oh, she might have.
Women of the West were being heroes in quieter ways, too, such as surviving the long days of raising a family bigger than a load of hay, or setting up their own commercial business like this dressmaker. That was still a new thing for
wow.
a woman to do in those days, and it would have made her a pioneer twice over. Look around her needle shop, and you might learn how she poked her way into the man's world of
We learned about
business.
dressmakers at the CMC.
Yeah, we did.
Now,
Society
a man
Museum
who was
Center.
gonna wear an eye-catching fabric like some of these had to expect some teasing. One fella who had a blue and black checkered shirt made got so much ridicule from his best friend that they came
Whoa.
to blows.
Yikes.
This being the Wild West, the incident was finally settled with a
course.
shootout. The poor fellow with a flair for fashion ended up in boot hell, 6 feet under.
Wow.
Now, a man who was going to wear an eye-catching sewing.
That does
was
not
one of the
sound like
few
a sewing machine to me. It
acceptable
sounds like a
jobs
diesel
for women.
engine.
But ladies were making progress. For some, it wasn't happening fast enough, though. And it was these women who aspired to rise above life among the bolts of fabric. They took to wearing men's clothing so that they could do so-called men's work undercover. One gal by the name of Amelia Bloomer even started a revolt against the female dress code. She created her own unladylike fashion, bloomers.
Oh.
Sounds like a diesel engine.
Yeah, I
Women
could see
buy
that.
a pattern and fabric and make their own dresses, or they could pay a seamstress to do it for them. Of course, it depended on their station in life. A pattern cost about 25 cents, while a fancy store-bought dress could set a woman back as much as $25.
My.
Yeah,
Look at this old magazine.
I know.
Oh, it's only a couple pages.
Oh. Well, I guess that, yeah. Makes sense.
Women could buy
Oh,
a pattern.
I already
and
heard about
fabric
that.
and make- These posters show the look that an 1880s woman was supposed to aspire to. If she followed the fashion, a gal
Yikes.
would be squeezing her middle into a corset and expanding her rear with a bustle. Something tells me it was a man coming up with
Yeah.
these crazy
They
ideas.
still come up with the crazy ideas.
Right?
Like no pockets.
No pockets. Oh, don't even get me started on pockets.
Now, if you thought a time-saving invention like a sewing machine would be appreciated, well, you'd be wrong, partner. Fact is, one fellow who invented an early-day sewing machine was attacked by a mob of tailors. They thought the contraption would put him out of business. One magazine even wrote an editorial inquiring what on earth a gal would do with all of her free time if a sewing machine took away her
Oh my
stitching
goodness.
duties.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Ladies could choose from a variety of dress fabrics. Calico and gingham were the usual choice for country gals who might have one or two everyday dresses and a Sunday go-to-meeting outfit. A society woman might wear silk, satin, or
Whoa,
even velvet,
silk.
and she could afford to wear a different
How would
dress
they get that
every day of the
clean?
week. These more expensive fabrics, the dressmaker
Hand
would
wa-
have stored
I
in
don't-
separate
they
cabinets
hand
where
washed
she could
everything,
keep a
I don't know.
careful
But you
eye
can't-
on 'em.
Get silk wet.
If you can afford it, you can probably
Women
afford to
sewed and
buy
knitted
new
yarn
what
partly
I
out of
don't know.
necessity,
Yeah.
and sometimes as a way to be with other gals. Being stuck at home all day, tending kids and doing homemaking was not only tiresome but lonely to boot. So a woman might be likely to pack up a sewing basket like this one and head on over to a quilting bee. A cherished opportunity to get out of the house and see some other women in town.
Boom, 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 boom.
Ba-doo, boo, boo, ba-doo. Ah.
Once you're a ghost, you don't replace your clothes as often. No physical body, much less wear and
Yeah.
tear. Plus, fashions change much slower among the dead. Now, of course, when I was alive, I'd often come here to have new duds made out of some of this fabric. Especially when some pretty young thing had just moved to town and yours truly was fixing to impress her.
Does a pretty good job for having been green screened in on everything.
Yep.
Here's a silver dollar for you, partner, if you can answer my question right.
The sewing machine.
Yeah.
Saloon.
Another saloon.
Yeah.
If you're a regular
There's two saloons
cowpuncher
in the
miner,
town.
a classy
Oh.
saloon like the Oriental across town might bust your wallet pretty fast. But a place like this would fit your budget. It might look mighty fine after you've been eating dust in the mine or watching cow
Yeah.
behinds for days on
Yeah,
end.
there's a saloon for respectable people and a
Drinking and
saloon
gambling
for
could
the
cost you more than
roughhousers.
you bargained on.
Oh.
You know how distilled spirits affect the
So is
average
this the
citizen?
saloon for
Well,
roughhousers?
in Wyatt Earp's day,
Oh.
the average citizen on the next bar stool might be hiding a .45 caliber revolver, plus a mean temper to go with it. So this visit just might cost you your ability to breathe and maintain
there
a
you go.
heartbeat.
Yeah.
Speaking of old men and Earp's decline in years, someone once asked him why so many of his adventures had taken place in or around saloons. Well, he reminded the youngster we had no YMCAs. What he meant was that in the Old West, your saloons functioned as a kind of combined community center, art gallery, if you like cowboy paintings, and a music conservatory, all of a crude frontier sort. So don't let a little crudeness put you off. Take a look around the Bucket of Blood Saloon.
Ew, bucket of blood saloon.
Yep.
Nice.
This sign alluded to Wyatt's keep the peace strategy, requiring everyone to check their weapons. It worked pretty well, till he tried to enforce it down by the OK Corral.
Can't read the sign though.
Sarsaparilla, which you see as a drinking option here, was sometimes advertised as a beneficial blood purifier. Its manufacturers claimed it would give life and vigor to the blood and prevent scrofula. That there condition was a swelling of the lymph nodes that folks recognized as a forerunner to
Yikes.
consumption, what you modern buckaroos call tuberculosis. Well now, for all the time Doc Holliday spent drinking in saloons, it sure didn't keep him from dying young of tuberculosis.
Poor guy.
This sign was addressed primarily to men who were chewing tobacco, which a lot of
Tobacco.
Westerners did in Wyatt Earp's era. Saloons and other public buildings always provided spittoons for you to spit into, but a lot of gents either just plain ignored them or missed.
Ew.
So floors everywhere would be covered with
That's
tobacco
gross.
juice. As you might guess, this was not a pretty sight for them who abstained from the habit or for newcomers from abroad. Back east, one woman wrote about her horror upon visiting the Virginia legislature and finding its floor in this condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty gross.
Morgan Earp might have taken his last drink from a glass like this at Campbell and Hatch's billiard parlor in Tombstone. That was at 10:30 on a Saturday night in March 1882. Morgan was playing billiards
Oh, he was
with
out
Bob
late.
Hatch, one of the owners, and had his back to the parlor's back door. Someone, partial to the Clantons, came through the back alley and shot Morgan through the back. He died within
Jeez,
an hour.
shot in the
Wyatt
back.
himself was in the billiard parlor and watched the whole thing happen, helplessly. Oh, Bob Hatch won the billiards game. By default.
Yeah, was it just James shot in the back?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got some money.
Oh yeah.
Who play this little?
Aww. Aw, so close.
Oh, I got something.
Wait, you got... Yeah. You won a little bit.
Yep. Let's move on.
Okie dokie.
These
Oil
oil lamps are
lamps.
darn sight safer than gas lamps because you could just blow them out when you wanted to. Try that with a gas lamp, and the unburned gas would just keep pouring into
no.
the room. Let that go on long enough, and the gas would eventually asphyxiate you. For that reason, hotels would post signs in their rooms warning patrons to turn out the gas lights by turning their valves closed.
Yeah.
When men in Wyatt's day took a hint from this sign and ordered whiskey, they drank it straight. It was considered effeminate to dilute your whiskey with soda or whatnot.
Huh.
Then you'd follow up with a chaser of water, milk,
Ew.
or buttermilk. Pretty
Ew.
tough, huh?
Milk.
Gross.
This picture reminds me of a story. One Western alcoholic was said to have such an educated palate that when blindfolded, he could correctly identify any kind of liquor you put to his lips. But one day, someone finally handed him a drink whose taste he couldn't recognize. He took sip after sip, but it still didn't seem familiar. It was water.
You've probably heard
He's
the
in a cup.
expression, there's no free lunch. Well, that wasn't always true, buckaroo. In fact, Wyatt Earp's city-dwelling contemporaries could almost always get a free lunch at a saloon, as long as they were drinking. Why such generosity? The threat of prohibition. Saloon keepers didn't want their patrons getting too drunk in public. And one way to restrain them was making sure they ate something while they drank. Even alcoholics could be persuaded to eat some solid food, if it was free.
I mean, I think I would want to eat solid food.
Poker tables were
Yep.
traditionally covered with this green felt. That was why Western professional gamblers were sometimes known as Knights of the Green Table.
Oh,
By the
that's
way,
where that came
the Earp
from.
brothers' habit of dressing all in black, like the preachers of the day, was somewhat common among gambling men. You couldn't tell a gambler from a preacher until you got close enough to see whether or not the man was wearing diamond rings and stick pins. If he was either a gambler or a very successful preacher. This piano was no doubt out of tune, something awful. But there were few sources of music in the West, and folks were right grateful for anything they could get. One of Wyatt Earp's contemporaries in Tombstone was a man named Haley, who manufactured pianos back in New York. He'd travel around the West with a knockdown demonstrator piano and a crew that would assemble it in front of potential purchasers. The man made a fortune that way. Sure didn't have much competition. Around Western eating tables, unfamiliar cultures sometimes came together, each trying to shine their own light on each other. For instance, there was one old army surgeon who had married a Native American woman. One day he had some of his in-laws over for dinner and resolved to enlighten them with some Bible wisdom. He told them the story of Adam and Eve, how Eve had supposedly brought sin and suffering into the world by accepting a snake's invitation to eat the forbidden fruit, the apple. Surgeon's guest listened patiently until he was through, and then one old chief pronounced his judgment on Eve. Well, that's just like a white woman, he said. Now, if that had been an Indian woman, she would have taken a stick and killed that snake. Saved all the trouble. This picture reminds...
That was pretty funny.
In Wyatt's day, drinking at a saloon was a rite of manhood, and you would have found the crowd here overwhelmingly male.
Well,
kind of a stag party, you might say.
No surprise
making these
there.
Deer antlers, entirely appropriate decor.
Whoa,
In the West, it was
that's a lot of
considered
heads.
acceptable for men to be drunk in public almost anywhere, at any time. Doctors would have a little drink before performing surgery. And some ministers would even take a sip or two before giving a sermon. There was a double standard, though. Women could drink in public, but they were expected to drink in moderation. That wasn't very even-handed, now was it? The West card sharps had a variety of devious cheating methods. They would mark the backs of the cards like these, or trim their edges so they could recognize particular cards by feel. To pull that stunt off, gamblers had to keep their fingers real smooth to feel the subtle differences between the cards. One famous gambler recollected her colleagues having fingers sandpapered till the blood all but oozed through the skin. Now, Doc Holliday got into periodic disputes by using similar practices. To ensure he could settle them on favorable terms, he always wore a large bowie knife around his neck beneath his shirt. Such a knife was known, at the time, as an Arkansas toothpick.
I think I had this one wrong.
A silver dollar for the right answer to my question.
Yeah. I think it was Doc
Get
Holliday.
back inside and take a good look around.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah. China Alley.
China Alley.
You were asking earlier about where all the Chinese workers went.
Oh, yeah.
This is China Alley. Here you'll find a bathhouse, an opium den, and a vegetable peddler and other merchants. Chinese immigrants had helped to build the West by helping to build the railway. But by Wyatt Earp's time, after the railroad boom had ended, they found themselves unappreciated, to say the least. White folks chased them out of the mines and off their small farms and out of most jobs where good money could be made.
That was
So
a
the
very
Chinese had
nice.
to do whatever work white people didn't want to do, like laundry, cleaning, cooking, and peddling. By working hard, though, many Chinese hung in there and built a better life for their young'uns. Click on a few doors in China Alley and you might find out how. The West's oil and kerosene lanterns were at first an unfamiliar sight to Chinese immigrants. They were used to seeing China's colorful paper lanterns.
What are we going to click on?
Well, yeah, I'm looking for things to click on that won't make
If
me
you knocked
leave
on
the
some
area.
doors in China Alley, you would have found mostly
Because
men.
that doorway would have
America's
taken us
restrictive
out of the China
immigration
Alley.
laws made it hard for
Oh.
anyone but male laborers to come over from China. So, over time, in some Chinese family, generations of men would become American residents. But each one would have to return to China
Oh,
to
right.
get married. And all the wives and daughters would have to stay in the old country. Made things kind of lonesome
Yeah.
around here. When Wyatt Earp lived in Tombstone, the town's Chinese enclave was called Hoptown. About 400 or 500 Chinese folks lived
That's a
there.
lot of
And behind
people.
a door like this one lived Hoptown's
Wow.
unofficial ruler.
I didn't even
Fa
think
Long,
Tombstone was
who
that
also
big.
known as China Mary. She was a shrewd businesswoman.
Apparently it was pretty
and they all
huge.
wanted to be
Yeah.
nice to her. If you were Chinese, you couldn't get a decent job without her recommendation. But she was also known for giving generous loans and gifts to miners who were down on their luck.
China Mary was kind
Yeah.
to her people. They needed that because America was not kind.
Yep.
This was the entrance to the Chinese community's bathhouse. Like the opium den nearby, having such a bathhouse was a custom imported from China. Westerners of Earp's day were still debating the merits of frequent
Oh,
bathing,
gosh.
although in much of the dry West, taking a bath was an infrequent
Yep.
luxury. Maintaining an opium den like this was a local custom imported from China. Now, this drug may have been highly addictive, but it was still legal in much of the West. So, as Deputy Marshal, Wyatt Earp didn't have to worry about trying to shut this place down. He just had to come by and collect the taxes.
We're going to the Mexican restaurant.
They had a Mexican restaurant?
This here is one of the shacks that our town's Mexican population lived in. By the way, the first cowboys were
Oh, that's
Mexican.
right. They
were
had a
called
Mexican
vaqueros.
population.
And that came from the Spanish word for cow. But it sounded
Vaquero.
like
Vaquero.
buckaroo to English speakers, so that name stuck. We inherited a whole mess of other Western lingo from the Mexican vaqueros, too, along with their gear. Their rawhide rope, la riata, became lariat. And them rawhide pants, chaparreras, came down to us as chaps.
Oh,
To
chaps.
find out more about the Mexicans' role in the Old West, amble on down to the cantina where they used to gather. And to find out more about how they live day to day, click around this building.
Did we already go to the cantina?
Oh, we did.
These
I think-
Mexican
oh,
folks had
maybe
the
it's a
right idea
rest
using
house.
Adobe, 'cause
Hmm.
it kept them insulated from Tombstone's blistering summers and bone-chilling winters. They'd mix adobe clay with straw and fashion bricks out of the mix. The floors were made of dirt mixed with sheep's blood, and the windows
Whoa.
were usually
Sheep's
real
blood.
small. Smaller than this one.
Yeah,
often with just a
maybe
slit
it
in the wall
does
with
something
animal
chemically with
material
the
stretched over
mud
it,
and the
enough to keep
straw.
the air flowing.
I don't know
As
what
for
it
the
would do.
roof, it was made of mud. And in good weather, the Mexicans would grow gardens on top. They'd have to climb
Huh.
a ladder to chase the chickens away.
Oh, my. Where are we going to click down? Where are we going to click? No.
There's not much to click on here.
No, doesn't look like it. Can't go in, right?
Nope.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
Oh,
Oil
Found
lamps
it.
were everyone's lifeblood out west, where electricity was slow in making its way. In the dark Mexican homes, oil lanterns were especially important. It was light for Mexican seamstresses, also called costureras, who did fine work for not much money. And the lamps also shone on the small home altars that were part of so many Mexican homes. In most cases, you'd also find a hearth, where the ladies would cook up spicy meals of chicken, beans, and corn flour tortillas, and pods of dried red peppers.
Whoa.
I never could eat them graceful like, without
Me
a nose
neither.
running and my eyes going all teary-eyed.
So spicy.
Mission Church. Oh, it was Mexican residence.
Oh, okay.
Your Spanish
I thought
mission
it said
churches
restaurant.
set the architectural style for the
Getting
whole
old at my
Southwest.
age.
Adobe.
Yeah, you are
Adobe
old.
construction was
Sure.
great for the
My
desert
eyes
because
are
it
get-
didn't
what?
require Eastern-style building materials like timber. All you needed was earth and water. And them adobe buildings also withstood fires much better than wood buildings did. Plus, their thick walls gave you a kind of a natural air conditioning. They slowly absorbed the sun during the hot desert days, and then released the heat into your rooms during the cold nights. I believe the confessional booth is closed right now. Too bad for you, partner. But you can click around the outside of the church to find out more about the spiritual life in the Old West.
Okay, let's see what they got.
Starting in the late 1500s, Spanish Catholic folk began building mission churches like this one all over the western United States. Most always made of adobe, missions had, and still have, a very distinctive style of architecture, especially the bell tower. All kinds of goings-on were signaled by the mission bell. Everything from Sunday services to a wedding or to an Apache raid. Most folks in the Old West saw churches as a stabilizing influence in the community. No matter how wicked a town, if there was a church, people felt more at ease. At Tombstone's Peak, the town had no less than 4 churches.
Whoa,
And
4
did you know that
churches.
some of those churches in the Old West were built by
It's a lot of
donations from
churches.
gamblers?
Must be a lot of people.
Guess that's what
Yeah.
you call hedging your bets. Most people in the Old West were hard-drinking, woman-chasing, gambling kind of folk who never went in much for religion. Endicott Peabody, Tombstone's first minister,
Peabody.
heard that it was the rottenest place you ever saw. But that didn't stop all kinds of Presbyterians, Methodists, Mormons, Baptists, and others from doing the Lord's work. Ministers who used to ride from town to town spreading the word of God met plenty of opposition. Folks sometimes called them gospel sharks or sky pilots.
Sky pilots.
Photo
That's different.
studio.
Photo studio. Oh,
We're going to the photo
Photography
studio.
Guess
was
they did
well
take pictures
established
back
by
then,
the
huh?
time the Earps rolled into Arizona in 1879. In fact, here we've recreated the studio of a renowned Western photographer. It stood right next door to the OK Corral in Tombstone.
Oh,
When
wow.
the famous shootout with the Earps began, both Ike Clanton and Billy Claiborne ran here to safety. Lucky for them that Mr. Fly didn't catch that on film. Actually,
Yeah.
your purveyors of affordable photography, like Fly, were helping to make the world a more democratic place. In the older days, you would have had to be a wealthy traveler to get a glimpse of far-off lands, and only rich folk could afford to have their portraits painted. But now, thanks to cheap pictures, anyone could see the world after a fashion, and any Virgil, Wyatt, or Morgan could have himself immortalized in a heroic pose, holding his trusty flamethrower.
Flamethrower. Not much to click on here. We can't even
Have
go
you ever
in.
seen that famous
Yeah,
photo of the
they
great
said they
Indian chief
recreated it, but
Geronimo? Well then,
they
you're
won't show
familiar
it.
with the work of Camillus Fly. While his wife
Yeah.
Molly stayed at home in Tombstone, taking portraits of folks like Wyatt Earp and his brothers, Camillus roamed the land taking pictures of the Wild West. It wasn't easy work, because back then a camera alone weighed nearly 40 pounds, and the average
Whoa,
roaming
that's a heavy
photographer
camera.
carried 3 cameras, plus a portable darkroom to develop his glass plates. If you were to look through that window and see an Old West photographer shooting his camera at someone and taking their picture, you wouldn't see that customer smiling. You know why? Well, it's because photography in the old days was slow. The glass plates took several minutes to expose, and a customer who sat or stood for a portrait was often supported by a stand of wood or metal. This kept the customer still, but it was uncomfortable. The earliest photo that's still around was taken in 1827 by a Frenchman, but folks know
Wow.
his partner better, Louis Daguerre. In 1839, Daguerre invented silver-coated metallic plates for taking pictures and developed them with mercury vapor. This was a great improvement over the heavier glass plates, but it was dangerous because mercury vapor is poisonous. Then, in the 1880s, an American feller named George Eastman invented a small, lightweight camera with film that came on a roll, and pretty soon photography became available to everyone. You know, Wyatt Earp enjoyed having his picture taken, and several famous photos of Wyatt Earp survive. In fact, he celebrated his 80th birthday by sitting for a formal portrait. Photography was well established by the time the Earps rolled into Arizona in 1879. In fact, here we've recreated the studio.
Oh, yeah, we heard that.
Oh,
One
yeah.
of the most important elements in photography in the Old West, and even today, is the darkroom. That's why an adobe building like this made an ideal darkroom. Photographers like
Oh, yeah,
Camilla
that
Spry
would.
all used the same process to take pictures. Plates of glass would be coated with chemicals consisting of collodion and silver salts, exposed to light, and then washed in a silver nitrate bath. What remained on the glass was an image that the photographer wanted. I guess it wasn't a coincidence that Fly settled in Tombstone, a silver mine in town.
Blacksmith.
Blacksmith. One horseshoe, please.
You could always find the blacksmiths in any of the Old West towns by the wagon wheels, leaning against the wall out front. Wagons hardly ever carried spares, so when your wheel broke, that was it, until the blacksmith fixed it.
Oh, man.
Every blacksmith had a wheelbarrow close at hand for moving around the raw materials of his trade. Things like wood and charcoal for the forge and iron for making tools.
Iron.
The wheelbarrow also came in handy for cleaning up. Incidentally, he was called a blacksmith because the metal he worked with was iron, which was dark in color as opposed to silver and gold.
Silver and gold. Gold and silver.
Heck, even folks who don't know nothing about the Old West know what this is. That's right. It's a
It's a
hitching
horsey.
post. It's kind of like parking for horses. You ride on up, tie your horse to this hitching post, and go on about your business.
Then the poor horse just has to stand there. That's boring.
Oh, we can go in.
Oh, cool.
A good blacksmith always
Oh,
lets
it's
the
the
customer
funeral
know
music.
what it's going to
Yeah.
cost him right up front. You see, to get your horse shod all the way around, that's 4 shoes, could cost you up to $2.
Ooh, well, that's expensive.
Instead of a crying woman, it's hammering.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Even though wagon wheels were made out of wood, they had to have a steel
They
rim
were?
all the way around so as the wood wouldn't wear down and break the wagon when they hit a rock. It had to be a tight fit.
Excuse
so the
me.
Bless
blacksmith
you.
would heat the rim until it expanded, slip it over the wheel, and drop it in cold water until it shrank snugly around the wooden rim. This
Oh.
one here is all fixed and ready to go back on the stagecoach.
All fixed up.
Yep.
Ready to go.
Wyatt Earp was a regular customer at the blacksmiths in Tombstone. He would take his prisoners over to the blacksmith to have them shackled or to have their irons,
The
as
blacksmith would
handcuffs were
shackle
called,
'em?
removed.
Wow.
It cost $1.50 to put a man in irons,
Huh.
75 cents to cut them off, and only the blacksmith had the tools to do the job. In a rough town like Tombstone, the smithy might make a decent living just taking care of the outlaws and the
Wow.
chains.
Wow.
The bellows at the blacksmith shop worked just like the lungs, by taking in air and then blowing it onto the coals to keep them hot. But working next to a forge was no picnic. That's why
Pretty
pumping the
hot.
bellows was usually the job of the blacksmith's apprentice. These blacksmiths in training most always did all the dirty work on the way to becoming full-fledged blacksmiths. Your blacksmith would begin work by heating a piece of iron in this special
He
fireplace.
ain't got the legs.
Arr.
using a
Lieutenant
charcoal
Dan!
fire.
Lieutenant Dan!
Now, that was the fuel of choice because it burned at a higher temperature than plain wood, and it didn't give off smoke.
The law office.
The law office. So where lawyers are? Or is
Yep.
that where the sheriff is?
No, we were
If
already
things
at the
had gone
sheriff's
different
office.
in
Oh,
Wyatt's
that's
life,
right.
you
I
might have
remember
been
that.
able to look into this window and find him inside reading law books. You see, Wyatt's grandfather was a lawyer, and everyone in the Earp family expected him to become a legal as well. When
But he
Wyatt's
didn't.
family headed out west, it was expected that Wyatt would continue his lawyering studies in California.
Huh.
But once Wyatt got a taste of adventuring, he set his mind against any vocation that would have held him back from the kind of life he had enjoyed on that covered wagon journey.
Oh, well.
If you were to look in the window here, you'd have found a frontier lawyer hard at work. Of course, lawyering wasn't all they did. Many of the legal eagles in the 1880s also published a small newspaper, in which, of course, they got free advertising. Becoming a lawyer wasn't all that difficult. In the 1800s, there weren't that many law schools in America. Why, most of the time, all a man had to do to be a lawyer was to be able to read. Of course, being an actor didn't hurt either.
Hello.
If you could make a jury cry, you were considered a great lawyer.
What can we look at next?
More often than not, you'd have found a bunch of prospectors sitting on this bench out in front of the lawyer's office, waiting their turn. You see, even though lawyers spent a lot of time in the courtroom, much of their business in towns like this came from miners who needed someone to verify their claims. In the Old West, determining the ownership of mineral-bearing land was a serious business.
Yeah, that would be. What's that? 40s.
The hitching post is real important. It's kind of like a parking place for horses. Of
I
course,
forget where
you only
we're
left
at
your
now.
horse tied to a hitching post if you were staying for a
I
short
missed it.
spell. If you were planning on spending the night,
Oh,
you'd
I
leave
think
your
this
horse
is-
at the livery stable.
Yeah, this is the
You all be quiet now. We don't want to interrupt the saddle maker's work. To the local cowboys and cowgirls, this here would be one of the most appreciated folk in town.
saddle
During
maker.
roundup time, the cowpoke would sit on his mount for long hours every day. So, having a well-made saddle would make the difference between comfort and agony for the rider and for the horse. As a result, you better believe that a bull nurse would want a saddle made to fit just right. That leather seat might cost $30, about a
Whoa.
month's wages. But good saddle was a good investment. It might last for 30 years, perhaps longer than the cowpoke himself.
Well, if they only lived to be 40.
Some of these pieces
Yeah.
of leather hanging around here are parts of harness the saddle makers has already sewed up, so that if the stagecoach comes in with a broken strap or something, it'll just take a few minutes to replace. Others are pieces waiting to be made into whatever the next person needs. It might be a belt to hold Doc Holliday's pants or a holster for Wyatt's 6-gun. Wyatt Earp met Bat Masterson when the two of them were hunting buffalo in Kansas. It was there that they learned how to handle a variety of guns, rifles and shotguns,
Pew,
and to
pew, pew,
discern
pew.
between a good gun
Pew, pew,
and a bad
pew.
gun. You see, back in the Old West, guns weren't always very accurate. A man might go through 10 or more
Accurate.
talking irons before he found one to his liking. So,
Talking
Trading
irons.
Post would always have a ready supply of used, and maybe not so good, weapons to choose from.
Do, do.
Horse collars are part of any set of harness that's made for hauling a heavy load, like mine equipment, plows, canned goods for the general store, saddle trees for this here shop. Wyatt worked as a freighter before he came out west, so he probably knew all about harnesses. In the Old West, folks usually lived where they worked. Here you can see the saddle maker's cot up against the wall.
Oh my gosh.
Looks downright cozy if you ask me.
You
Looks
lived
like
right
this
at
one
work.
has ropes strung across it to lie on.
I would
but it
not
could
wanna
just
live
as
in the
easily be
lab.
strips of leather called raw
That'd be
hide.
gross.
Ew. Yeah, that would be gross.
Yeah.
What with the harness maker living where he works, chances are he kept his Sunday
Well,
go-to-meeting
you'd probably have
clothes and
to
valuables
live with
in
the
this trunk.
patients. You'd probably get a patient's room today.
Yeah. Still would not like that.
Nope.
The saddle maker
Hospital
used his
food,
fireplace for all
hospital
kinds of
bed,
things, to
hospital
keep the place
service.
warm in winter, to cook
I
his
just want
food.
my
He didn't go
toilet
out for meals,
paper.
and,
Yeah,
you know,
I
he probably
know.
always had a pot of
I
coffee
want my own
going.
toilet paper.
How long does it take to get me toilet paper?
Yeah.
You can see he's working on somebody's bridle here. Maybe he's fixing a broken headstall for Wyatt. What's a headstall? Well, that's
Yeah, what's a
the leather
headstall?
part that fits on the horse's head and it holds a metal bar in the horse's mouth called a bit.
Oh, that's what that.
You're a bit.
That's right, I am.
A bit much.
Being a
Oh.
saddle maker in the Old West was
No.
a highly skilled occupation. A good saddle takes a while to make. First, you start with a good tree, which is the wooden base it's built on. This is the most important part for the rider and the horse. In big cities like San Francisco, saddle makers carve their own trees. But in smaller places like Tombstone, where there weren't much timber, he usually ordered the tree from someplace in Texas or California. Next, he'd cut the leather, most often whole steer hides, into parts of the saddle. A good saddle took a while to make and involved the saddle maker sitting for long hours at this here bench, carefully working the leather. There's all kinds of interesting stuff in here. Some of it's kind of hard to identify on account of most of it's pieces of something else. Besides saddles, harness, bridles, reins, chaps, and holsters, some saddle makers outfitted prospectors. They made big leather baskets that hung on either side of the donkey's back called panniers. He also made short whips called quirts out of braided leather. So, now you understand why you needed lots of different shapes and sizes of leather.
Yeah.
Pretty long article to tell ladies how to ride a horse.
Yeah.
The most important piece of equipment in a saddle maker's life was probably his sewing machine. It works with a foot pedal, so a pair of strong legs come in real handy. Being that this here was the Old West and cowboys were everywhere, you could argue that the leather sewing machine was one of the most important pieces of equipment in the whole town. The only alternative was to punch holes in the leather with a tool called an awl.
Oh, jeez.
And lace them together. It worked, but the laces wore out pretty quick and made an uncomfortable bump in the saddle, especially if you had to sit on it all day.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's all.
For a new silver
Chaps.
dollar, give me the right answer to this question.
Protect your legs.
All right, let's see where we're going now.
We're going to the mine.
Oh, to the mine. We're going out of town.
Living in an isolated cabin like this, the only neighbor a miner would have would be the scrub brush around him. A few coyote. Yes, indeed. Mining was
not
a
the coyotes.
lonely life, but the reward was great if you were lucky. Folks came from all over the West to take a chance on the Tombstone silver lode. Wyatt Earp was in Dodge City when he heard about Tombstone. He collected his brothers, and they went to Tombstone with around $20,000 to invest, although no one is sure where they got the money. The Earps owned several mines while they lived in Tombstone, and Wyatt named one the Mattie Blaylock, after his second wife.
Oh.
This here is a prickly pear cactus, or beaver tail. Cacti like this were edible, so we just might be looking at a part of a miner's lunch. Some folks peeled the skin from the outside of the prickly pear, coated the fleshy inside with batter, then fried the cactus in lard. Other folks ate the bright red flowers that grew on the cactus each spring. You know, people weren't the only ones that ate the prickly pear. Cowboys were known to burn the needles off and use them to feed the cattle.
They fed the cattle the cactus?
Yep, the prickly pear after they burned off the needles.
A wooded area like this was scarce around
I think I've seen
Tombstone
prickly
and
pear at the
provided
store
the best
before.
shade around.
You
Always
probably have.
They
try
didn't
it.
mind sharing
probably
it with
have.
the snakes. The tallest tree here is a cottonwood, named for the downy white cotton that covered it in the spring. It was also called the hanging tree in the Old West because its branches were sturdy and you could always find one when you needed to string someone up, but didn't have time to find yourself a proper gallows set up.
Oh,
Wyatt Earp
man.
might have found cottonwood trees handy when he traveled the territory as Deputy U.S. Marshal. This wooded area also has mesquite and creosote trees. Mesquite roots were burned for fuel in the Old West because they were almost as hard as coal, and creosote's antiseptic leaves were thought to be a remedy for stomachache.
What else is there to click on?
Doesn't look like much.
Tell
Just
me
a
about
brush.
this tree. Oh, we already learned.
Yeah, we already learned about the tree.
Most of the mines had a vertical shaft that led to the tunnel where the ore was being dug, and the miners were lowered by a hand-cranked winch, either on a platform or in a metal scoop bucket like this. The descent was almost as dangerous as digging the ore. You see, the scoop bucket swayed from side to side as it went down the mine, and a man could be crushed against the side of a shaft if he made the smallest mistake.
Oh, no. That's dangerous.
Yep, mining's not for me.
Nope, me neither.
Carts like this one carried the ore along tracks built in the mine tunnels, pulled by donkeys and mine mules. These animals lived grim lives underground. But
Aww.
then man's life in the mine was almost as grim as his animals, because a miner worked by candlelight or kerosene lamp in temperatures that rose to 150 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, my
The air was
goodness.
stale, and the damp tunnels were no larger than they needed to be for digging. Tunnels collapsed. Methane gas was released from the rocks as the miners dug and exploded when it met the open flames. At the end of the day, if a man survived, he smelled like the mule who pulled his ore cart, and both of them were covered with dirt and sweat.
Ugh.
This wheelbarrow, like his pick and shovel, was one of the miners' basic tools. Smaller companies mined entirely by hand because equipment was expensive, and only the larger companies had the money for machinery. The miners who wheeled the ore underground were often tempted to take some for themselves. The practice was called high grading, and the methods were ingenious. Miners hid ore in their lunch pails or sewed small pockets in their pants legs and underclothes, and some made hats with false crowns. It was a cat and mouse game between the bosses and the miners, with the punishment severe if a man was caught.
I wonder what they do then if they were caught.
This here thing that's turned on its side was probably part of a water pump.
I
Water
don't
was
know.
a real problem
That's a
in the
good
mines
question.
of the Old West.
Yeah.
And the problem increased the deeper the shaft was sunk. This often meant flooding, which caused the closure of many a mine before the silver in its load was played out. You know, working a pump like this or doing other jobs in the mine paid a man relatively well. The average miner earned $4 a day at a time when most people earned $3 or less. And the men who sank the shafts were paid $6 because their job was more dangerous. The work was dark and dirty, but the miners took hardship as their normal lot. And few of the men who sampled the prospector's life gave up its freedom willingly. Many of the miners were vagabonds at heart who traveled to a new town just to see the elephant. They might take a job for a week or a month and then leave for no better reason than finding a lump in their morning oatmeal.
Ugh.
You.
Lumpy oatmeal.
Oh, my goodness.
The OK Corral. What we've been building up
The
to.
shootout at
All
the
right.
OK Corral was basically a showdown between two ways of life. That of the cowboy, which was the Clantons and the McLaurys, and that of the town-dwelling professional gambler, which was the Earps and Doc Holliday. The two clans had been nurturing their rivalry for months. It began with turf battles over a set of stage robberies. That ignited an escalating war of accusations, challenges, and threats. It all came to a head on October the 26th, 1881, when the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday tried to disarm the Clantons and the McLaurys on Fremont Street near Tombstone's OK Corral. What they got instead was one last fatal confrontation.
Oh,
the gunfire
man.
began and ended in less than a minute. When the smoke had cleared, this much was apparent. Wyatt Earp and his brother Morgan had killed Frank McLaury. Morgan had also taken down Billy Clanton, and Doc Holliday had finished off Tom McLaury. Ike Clanton, his friend Billy Claiborne, and Frank McLaury's horse had all turned tail and run. Morgan Earp, Virgil Earp, and Doc Holliday were all wounded, but Wyatt Earp emerged unscathed.
Wow.
And this dark-eyed man, who'd rarely been seen to cock a trigger, passed into legend as one of the fastest and finest shots in the West.
Huh. It lasted less than a minute.
Here's the OK
It's crazy.
Corral, site of the famous shootout. Well, not quite. Actually, that took place down the block over on Fremont Street. When you're an old codger like me, you get a little picky about accuracy. More importantly, the shootout wasn't really a battle between good and evil, more like the settling of a score between the Earps on the one hand and the Clantons and the McLaurys on the other. The basic problem was old Tombstone just wasn't big enough for both those clans. That score got partially settled here on October the 26th, 1881. The revenge killings went on for months, and before long, folk from both camps had either left town or left this earth. Ain't no one left but you and me and these ghosts. Why don't you look around, partner?
And that's all she wrote.
Oh no, that's all there is.
Yep. Thank you, Keith Metzger, Jerry Johnson, Kristen Casper, Katie Maskett, Marguson, Alexander Bone, Tina Story, Brian K. Unflat, Paul Taylor, Jeff Brandenburg, Phil Bates, Ian Brown, David Cart, Tracy Pruch, Michael Katz, Melody Bowman, David Bowman, Allison Deal, Rick Stein, Andy Valver, that's a name. Peter Furlinger, that's a name. Alexander Bone, Don Sousa, David Boltzmann, Bob Soteo, Kristen Casper. Music by the Electric Waste Band.
Wow.
Michael Sobieski, Christy Sola, Maddie Sola, Steve Sobieski, and Sherry Phillips. Historical consultants Dan Fulton, Peter Shear, photography, Old Tucson Studios. Special thanks to Renee Wallace, Peter Lionel, American Airlines,
American Airlines?
and everybody out there who watched this nonsense.
Thank you.